and it's going to be a gorgeous day. Late morning, it'll be breezy, but the storms are moving out. And by lunchtime, it's just gorgeous sunshine. More and more of it, all right? So this morning it's rough, and it's still rough for some people. I understand. It's not fun. This is just a part of living in paradise, I always say. But looking ahead to tomorrow and the weekend, the winds will stay comfortably breezy. It's not going to be a damaging setup. High temperatures in the 80s, morning lows around 70. Some of us sneaking into the 60s. A little taste of autumn, a very welcome taste of autumn, and high temperatures into next week in the 80s. Listen, we've had ourselves a storm. So now let's take a minute, have a moment, and then move forward, enjoying what's ahead.
Eric, we certainly appreciate that positive note. Yes, it's a good time to be uplifted right now. As Eric mentioned, the storm is moving off of our coast now, but power outages remain a huge concern. More than 3 million Floridians. If TV is not an option for you, you can listen to us on Magic 107.7 FM or through the iHeartRadio app by dialing in to 107.7. You can also watch us on your smartphone or internet-connected tablet. Our round-the-clock coverage here is streaming live for you on the very local app. Okay, those strong winds knocked down trees all over. We've been seeing pictures and images of that, and it's really putting a lot of people in harm's way.
And we want to bring in Christina Watkins. Christina, we're starting to see some of those scary sights that people are dealing with as they wake up now.
Yeah, and we knew these downed trees would be an issue. This was part of the preparation we had been telling you about for days. And sadly, now at 6:52, some of you are starting to wake up and you are seeing that destructive damage. Take a look. This is just one example. This family is from DeLand in Volusia County. They sent us this picture. This was around 4 o'clock this morning. They were trying to catch some shut-eye, thinking the storm slowed down a little bit in their neighborhood, but they woke up to cracking sounds just in time before this tree came right through their roof and the ceiling. And you can see the damage here. Now these homeowners tell us they are taking in a lot of water. That is one of the scariest things about overnight storms. And then you look at this, similar sites in Dunellen. Look at what the police department posted. This tree fell on a house in Blue Cove. They said it went all the way through the ceiling. You can see that there, the shingles, the damage, and then it stopped right before falling on top of a woman who was in her bed. Needless to say, she was very lucky. That's according to police officers. That's why they stress stay home until they give the all clear. They are going out and about right now. Now that it is safe for them to do so, let them clear the way, evaluate that damage first before you try to do anything yourself, guys. That woman is certainly very lucky. Back to you.
Yeah, that is quite a wake-up call. All right, Christina, thank you. Obviously, the storm has blown through much of Central Florida. We're watching it now really hit our eastern communities, and flooding is a big concern for local neighborhoods.
Yeah, Orange County first responders, they were making some water rescues from people in their homes. I was following this on their Facebook page, and West Spencer Tracy joins us live now in Winter Park. Spencer, you're in a neighborhood there with, it looks as though ankle-deep water.
That's right. So we saw it on their Facebook page, and right away we were like, we've got to go there to see exactly what's going on. The crews have cleared, but there's definitely about ankle. It's probably about up to my ankle, probably going down more. Once the sun comes up, you'll really see, but kind of the farther you go out, it's up to your ankles, probably could be more higher. But I think the big concern why Orange County Rescue came was, they weren't exactly sure how high the water was. We're not exactly sure how high the water was or if they actually did rescue anyone. We do have that video to show you right now. Crews were kind of going in, searching the area to see if anyone was inside. We actually did see a resident when we arrived here, and they seemed okay and everything was fine. But you just never know with these types of situations how high the water could be. And some people might not know exactly how high the water is outside their house. So it's always good to be cautious. We're going to continue to follow that Facebook page. I also saw in another part of Orange County, Orlando area, that they'll be also doing rescues. So it's really important to make sure that you stay in your homes. If you do see those floodwaters, to call them, because those first responders are going to be working around the clock to make sure people are safe. I'll toss it back to you guys. We're live here in Orange County. I'm Spencer Tracy, West 2 News.
All right. And one of the things that we want to do is show you from where Spencer is there and all across Central Florida. and beyond, because there's a large impact that's happened throughout the Sunshine State.
Yeah, off to Collier County we go because we want to take a look at the flooding conditions there. Let's hear from Alexa Velez from our sister station.
So our journey around town in Naples has landed us here on Vanderbilt Drive and Vanderbilt Beach Road. If you take a look here, the street light is not working at this intersection at this time. And there's also still significant amounts of standing water. You can see just how deep the flooding is if you take a look at that concrete beach walk sign and the palm trees. Just a few minutes ago, a big fish swam by me and spooked me. So that's another good reason to not be walking around in these standing waters. And our car has an emergency safety light. So we have seen a couple people trying to drive down this intersection, and we've warned them because there is a big ditch right here that you cannot see because of the water. Of course, we're going to continue monitoring the conditions around Collier County and bring you the latest. But for now, on Vanderbilt Beach, I'm Alexa Velez. Back to you.
Okay, from Collier County now here into Central Florida once again. The road conditions a big concern. We saw trees have fallen down, and in front of some of our reporters, they were taking a look at the roadways from Orange County into Maitland. Kristen Lago got a view of some of those locations.
Yeah, and she's been traveling all over. Let's get to Kristen right now. And Kristen, our producers are telling us you've made your way now to Conway. What is that area looking like? There are some spots there that have had bad flooding in past storms.
Yeah, and that's kind of the reason we wanted to go to this area, to see if there was any flooding in these neighborhoods that are prone to that during these big storms. But actually, we pulled to a stop, and I'm going to have Zach Maskovich operate the camera because I'm not good at using this roof camera. But you can see this front yard fence or backyard fence. Can't really tell in this dark lighting, but you can see all of these posts that have flown off with the wind gusts that this area got. You can also see some of the debris on the ground from the plants. But I mean, this fence is completely torn apart all across. So this poor resident is going to wake up and find that. But that's not the only type of damage that we've seen. You talked about seeing a lot of the debris on the ground earlier. And just a little bit ago, we were in Maitland and we saw a tree that had completely fallen into the center of the road. And at least now the conditions have gotten a little bit better to allow these emergency crews to come out and remove that debris. We saw a couple of police officers and other first responders coming out with their chainsaws and getting that off the ground because it had completely blocked the roadway there. So we've seen a lot of this sort of damage from the storm. As the winds have died down, we've been able to drive through and see it. And I'm going to bring you live once again to this area in Conway. Like I said, this fence completely torn apart all across. So the wind gusts were really heavy over here. And we've seen just the damages that these residents, these neighbors are going to wake up and see come first light as the sun begins to rise. So we've definitely seen it all as we've driven all throughout Central Florida this early morning. And yeah, there's a lot going on right now, but luckily the conditions have gotten better. We're not seeing the wind. We are still seeing a little bit of rain, but that's the worst of it right now.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
Battering Florida. Around 8:30 last night, Milton, a Category 3 hurricane, slamming our state's west coast.
Dumping massive amounts of rain, ripping off roofs, and blowing out power. Millions are without electricity, homes are underwater, and lives have been lost.
Now the storm churns away from Central Florida, but our coverage continues.
We thank you for staying with us here at 7 a.m. You've got your Sunrise team. I'm Jason Guy along with Meredith McDonough.
Yes, and meteorologist Kellyanne Klass and Eric Bursch joining us. Guys, we know that the hurricane made landfall last night around 8:30 near Siesta Key. We also know that this is a deadly storm.
Yeah.
There's a tornado outbreak in South Florida. We're still waiting to find the information there for officials to release that. And now we're just dealing with the flooding, still a big concern for us, and these winds.
Yeah, and the flooding right now, because we're not going to see, as the hurricane moves away from us, the threat end, because Kellyanne, you've been talking about flood stage and things continuing to rise for some time after the storm.
Yeah, and that's going to be especially along the St. John's. Even the Little Wekiva River, we're at major flood stage right now. So we're going to have to watch that very closely to see if this is just because of the wind and all of that wind pushing it towards the gauges to make it rise, or if this was truly in some parts just a lot of rainfall. not wanting to compare it to Ian, but the last time we had significant rain like this was Hurricane Ian.
And it was a significant event. So it'll be interesting to see when the dust settles. Like you said, was that a surge or was that actually a water rise? But at this point, we're not done and over with just yet. Brevard County getting some of the worst weather they have seen yet as the storm exits. And then when this band moves off the shoreline of Brevard County, we will all dramatically see an improvement in our weather.
And you know what? Back towards our west right now, things are much better there. And in fact, some locations already are out of hurricane warnings. That includes central and western Marion County. I do believe at the 8 o'clock advisory, a lot more counties across central Florida will get out of these warnings. But do know for now, it's really Orlando across our direct central locations and east towards I-95 that this is where we have some of the stronger gusts at the moment and the heavier rainfall as Milton continues to pull away. When we look at first warning radar, most of Lake County, all of Sumter County, all of Marion County are dry, and we're finally starting to dry out in Flagler County as well. But there are two heavy ribbons of rainfall now working through Daytona Beach over towards the Cape, down to Oak Hill, Scottsmore, and Titusville. And just want to remind you that we have a flash flood warning in effect for Lake, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties going until 9 o'clock this morning. A closer look shows things starting to dry out in Astor and Pearson. Still some rainfall for DeLand, Sorrento, but it's not the heavy rainfall like we're seeing just east of I-4, right along I-95 from Daytona Beach all the way down to New Smyrna Beach, Oak Hill, Scottsmore, and Titusville. We also have a flash flood warning in effect for Flagler and Marion counties. This is going to go for the next 48 minutes rather, until 8 o'clock this morning. So just know that while it's not raining anymore in your location, we still have that flooding potential, especially in low-lying areas, especially around the Palm Coast area. As we go down into the metro from Volusia County to Seminole County and to Orange County, still a lot of heavy rain. That's now stretching into Osceola County and Brevard County, where you're starting to see some of your gusts pick up, still some heavy rainfall, but at least the worst of the weather is now beginning to approach our metro location, so things will gradually clear out and calm down as Milton pulls away throughout the morning hours. So it is expected to pull away. We're still, though, dealing with some gusty winds along our coastline. And that's going to be one of the stories for today, is our focus on the coast going into the late morning and afternoon. Not necessarily, Eric, because of the rainfall, but because of the strong onshore winds that could lead to some coastal problems.
Absolutely. We were worried about storm surge. Haven't heard of anything significant. But now, as that band of energy is slowly moving away, the wind energy is at some of its highest. Melbourne gusting to 75 now, 74 up here around the Kennedy Space Center, 60 for Port St. John, 75 up in the National Wildlife Refuge, 51 mile per hour gust at Orlando International Airport, 52 in Sanford, the Port Orange area at 58, and Daytona Beach gusting to 69. So still almost hurricane force there, 64 in Marineland. And while it's still very, very windy, it's slowly getting better. In Marineland, we were gusting in the 80, 90 mile per hour range like 3-4 hours ago. So it's been a long road, but we're almost to the end where we take the fork in the road and we get to choose the path that leads us to sunshine, okay? Now, let's talk about some of the peak gusts we did see. Marineland was gusting to 92 earlier today. Ponce Inlet, 99. Daytona Beach gusted to 87. Orlando International Airport gusted to 86 miles an hour. And Sanford International, 79. So this was, as we expected it to be, a significant hurricane, the likes that we hadn't seen in Central Florida, in some cases, in 20 years. Now, let's look power outage wise, because these numbers are significant. And if you're watching us on TV with power, consider yourself one of the lucky ones. 92,000 people in Orange County without power, 150,000 here in Volusia, nearly 200,000 without down in Polk County, Brevard, Marion, Flagler, all with plenty of power outages. We're getting close to 30% of Florida residents without power. So gusty winds, torrential downpours for the next couple of hours, but through about lunchtime on, things will look better and better. We'll talk more about that forecast and update you on that flooding threat as we're still dealing with Hurricane Milton in just a couple of minutes.
All right, Eric. Here at 7:05, we do know the eye of the storm, as our team has been saying, is moving away from us. Power outages are going to still be a big concern because we've got a lot of wind. And if the TV is not an option for you, you can still listen to our coverage on Magic 107.7 FM or through the iHeartRadio app by dialing in Magic 107.7. You can also use your smartphone or internet-connected tablet to watch our around-the-clock coverage. It's streaming for you live. Just download the Very Local app. That's a great way to stay connected to us on streaming devices. All of them. Find Very Local now.
For sure, because the impacts of those outer bands, they are still raging, and the folks in Brevard County, they're really seeing the worst of it right now.
Yeah, let's get to Bob Hazen once again. And Bob, the wind has really picked up there in the Cocoa Beach area.
Yeah, the rear end of this storm really hitting us pretty hard right now. And I can tell you the wind is extremely strong. It's, in fact, pushing the truck around, our live truck that we were sitting in just a second ago. And the lights are on here right now, but I can tell you they've been flickering on and off. In fact, just kind of everything went black a short time ago after a real big gust of wind. And we have seen a lot of transformers blowing in the sky as well. So power outages are still going to be a thing that keep increasing. And right now we're in front of this Supercuts at this little shopping center here in Cocoa Beach, and it was absolutely wrecked in this storm. This is right next to, or at least across the street from, a Wells Fargo bank that also got really bad damage. The roof was ripped off of that, and there is sheet metal all over the place out here, even across A1A where those condo complexes are. We're also watching these glass windows here because it looks like they are kind of buckling in the wind as well, and we're a little worried that those might bust and go shooting at it as well. But yeah, right here is kind of a lot of the localized damage from that tornado that came through here. We had all of those tornado warnings that were hitting around 4 or 5 o'clock yesterday in Brevard County, and a lot of that in this area as well. So we do know that this is where some of the most severe damage is, including in the neighborhood that's behind here. So a lot of people are going to be getting out this morning and trying to clean up some of this mess. Back to you guys.
All right, Bob, definitely rough conditions still there this morning. Really the worst of it, folks are seeing in Brevard County. But those heavy winds, the rain that was moving through our area, central into our eastern part, that's really the worst of it they're seeing now.
Yeah, but the flash flooding warning is still in place for several local counties, and that will continue until 9 o'clock this morning. That includes Seminole County, and West 2's Dave McDaniel has been watching things right there at Lake Monroe. And Dave, we're thinking about our friends who live nearby, the Central Florida Zoo that's not too far from there, even all that historic part of Sanford.
Well, that's right. As we drove in here on Seminole Boulevard, they actually have some of those tiger dams over by Lake Monroe Hospital. That is an area that's a very low area. They had those tiger dams that worked well to protect the hospital during Ian. They're in place again, and we saw that there was water right up against those, and we saw some trees down and some signs down. But this is Seminole Boulevard in Sanford. This runs parallel with the Riverwalk and parallel with the river's edge. We've had some wind-driven rain and lake water basically come up onto Seminole Boulevard, and now it's trapped up here. There's a few inches of water, and of course, unfortunately, a few people will come blasting through here in their cars, and it'll send water flying everywhere up close to these condominiums. But again, this water is here. It's been driven over the seawall by the high wind. The last time we were talking, the wind was much more significant than it is now. The rain has let up somewhat, and so we're starting to see that pattern where we're starting to wind down just a little bit. But certainly Lake Monroe is going to be coming up to moderate flood stage. That's the forecast. Lake Harney out to the east of us, it's going to be to major flood stage in just a couple of days. And as we take the St. Johns River up toward Astor in Lake County, it is going to be at major flood stage already. It went from basically minor, moderate, right on the line there, to major flood stage in just a matter of hours. And it's forecasted over the next couple of days to get just short of a record flood stage at Astor. So people are going to be dealing with a lot of water. I know Kellyanne's been talking about the Little Wekiva. That's always a very flood-prone area. When we had this heavy rainfall, certainly we had a lot of heavy rain. But again, the situation here, Seminole Boulevard is passable, but it does have water on it. It's always great advice, though, if there is water over the road and you can't see the road underneath you, to not drive through it, because you never know if there's going to be a washout. Various communities around the area put out a lot of information that roads are either trees over them, water over them, or some of them are washed out completely. So it's really a good idea to not be out running around, because there's a lot of hazards still, because Milton is still a factor. Reporting live in Sanford, Dave McDaniel, West 2 News.
All right, Dave, thank you so much there from one of the areas really being impacted greatly by the wind, and Milton slammed into the Gulf Coast as it first hit about 8:30 last night as a Category 3 hurricane, then swept through Tampa.
West 2's Megan Mackey joins us live now in downtown Tampa. They've seen some damage to some buildings there. Megan, I know you've got a good view of it, but still don't know the structure of that building, how secure it really is.
Yeah, so we are seeing some of that damage this morning. Fortunately, it looks like just one building here was significantly damaged. Other than that, though, things are pretty quiet here. You can see, though, this is some of the hazards. This is a downed stoplight here, and this is a lot of what we're seeing here in downtown Tampa, pretty close to Water Street. You can see this is where that stoplight actually came off. And then just around the corner here on Tampa Avenue, right in front of the federal courthouse, is where that damaged building is that we've been monitoring all morning. You can see those bricks here kind of fell off the top of this building. This likely happened last night when we had all that wind and heavy rainfall. Now, we do know that this building was condemned, so it wasn't a business here in downtown Tampa. It used to be, but looks like it was vacant. So a lot of cleanup to be done here this morning. I did talk to a couple people who stayed in the area, even though this part of Tampa is under a mandatory evacuation order. They decided to ride out the storm.
I'm in a concrete block house. I kind of made a game time decision to stay. I was watching and tracking the storm the entire time. All my neighbors left. I was the only person kind of lasted the Mohicans on the block there. And I just kind of hunkered down and I made it.
Are you surprised to see all this?
That's wild. Yeah, I don't even know where all this did or didn't come from. It totally blows my mind.
So yeah, we've seen a couple of people out here this morning. Of course, officials in Tampa are encouraging people, just like they are in Orlando, to stay inside because you really don't know what kind of hazards there are. You can see Hotel Floridian across the street here is boarded up, but looks like the lights are on there. In downtown Tampa, we've seen the flashing lights here for the stoplights as well as in some of the buildings. So it looks like some people have power here and some people don't. And as well as where that structure fell, the road is open, so partially blocked, but that cleanup will likely start later on today, at least here in downtown Tampa. That appears to be the only significant damage, and so far no reports of injuries in Tampa Bay. Reporting live in Tampa, Megan Mackey, West 2 News.
Megan, that is good to hear. And you've been there for a few days now. Most of the folks, though, do you feel evacuated from those locations where they saw the storm surge?
I think you asked about storm surge, Mara. Sorry, it's a little windy here, so I couldn't hear what you said. But at least in downtown Tampa, that storm surge was a significant concern. And I can tell you we're not seeing that this morning. We saw a little bit of flooding as we were getting onto I-4 from some of those on and off ramps, which is typical during these rain events. So looks like most of the roads, at least in the Tampa metro area, are passable, but I heard closer to St. Pete, there was a lot more flooding on the road. So we're hoping to get there as the sun starts to come up, but it seems like that storm surge, since the storm didn't exactly hit directly to Tampa, it looks like it wasn't that big of an issue, at least in this area. Possibly, though, in Sarasota. We're hoping to learn more, and of course, we'll bring you those details right here live on WESH.
All right, Megan, thank you.
And it is good to hear that, without that storm surge hitting Tampa directly, folks there are able to do a little bit more after Helene, which brought in so much water.
Yeah, just Davis Island at Treasure Island there. Some of those locations really, really were hurt bad after Hurricane Helene. So as Megan said, when the sun comes up and we can really assess and see the damage there, we'll of course bring those pictures and images to you.
We want to also turn to Fort Myers Beach, and we saw a good bit of debris, again, from this storm making its way right through there and the strong winds associated with Milton.
Yeah, Britt Leone reports from our sister station there in Fort Myers, showing us all of that debris.
Good morning. We're on Times Square on Fort Myers Beach off of Estero Boulevard. I want you to take a look to my right here to check out Estero Boulevard. You can see that there's a lot of debris on the road here. Also a lot of sand. So we're seeing debris like plastic cups, plants. We saw glasses earlier, alcohol bottles. We don't exactly know what this door is to, but it almost looks like it could be a porta potty door. Again, we're not sure, but we're just seeing some sort of random debris, plastic spoons, forks, etc., covering Times Square. I want you to take a look over here. You can kind of see the front of this business, H2O Souvenirs. You can see some sandbags placed out front. The door looks like it's held up, and the windows are looking pretty strong right now. We've seen sandbags in front of a lot of the businesses. I also want to point out we did see a little snake earlier too here on the boat. It looked like it wasn't a snake that I've ever seen on land, so I'm not sure if it was in the ocean before. But yeah, I want you to take a look. You can see rocks kind of scattered all along this street, this strip of businesses, this bench in front of this ice cream parlor. Looks like one of the legs has ripped off. So there is going to be a lot of cleanup. The mayor has shared with us this morning. He's out here this morning cleaning up, and he's encouraging you to not drive onto the island. It's just going to slow down cleanup. So we're going to keep you updated as far as weather goes and just the aftermath of the storm here on Fort Myers Beach. Right now, it's just a little bit windy. The hurricane has passed at this point. Local on Fort Myers Beach, Britt Leone, back to you guys.
Okay, so that's what's happening in Fort Myers here in Central Florida. The storm also moving off our coast. Brevard County folks, they're really seeing the worst of it. We've been hearing from viewers in Volusia County saying that they've got water in their driveways, approaching some of their homes. Eric, you were mentioning that too.
Yeah, I just was chatting with the wife, and she's from Volusia County. A lot of her friends are talking about flooding and water. And my in-laws that are over in Ponce Inlet, they say that some shingles came off the house, a fence around them blew apart, and there's even a leak in the house. So, this was an impactful storm. And I think that it's worth noting that I have been getting emails from people, and I know you have too, for hours in those Volusia Flagler communities talking about how bad it was. This storm made landfall in Sarasota, which is why we can't just focus on a spot. They're such big, impactful systems.
Well, around 4:30 this morning, there was a wind gust reported in Daytona Beach of 87 miles per hour. So that was still hurricane force winds. Things are gradually improving, not necessarily in Daytona Beach yet, but it is coming. So we know everyone wants to have this cleared out, move out of the direction, but it is on the way. Just be patient. I want to take you outside to Volusia County right now. This just says it all of what we're experiencing in Daytona Beach, in New Smyrna Beach, Ponce Inlet, all of Volusia County at the moment. The wind is really howling, and it's still being hammered by all of this wind and rainfall. This, again, will eventually subside. We're though starting to finally see some clearing in parts of Volusia County. There's one last ribbon of heavy rain working through. The rain will then subside. Winds will gradually subside as well. Milton is so far out of our radar range that we can't even pick up the center of circulation anymore, which is wonderful news. For most of Central Florida, especially all of the I-75 corridor, we do not have to worry about any sort of hurricane gusts or heavy rainfall. Again, it's really just for Daytona Beach, Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach, Oak Hill, now approaching Scottsmore through Titusville, parts of the Cape where they started to see their winds pick up, and parts of Brevard County as well. Now, I do want to remind you, even though our northwestern spots in Volusia County are starting to dry out, we still have a flash flood warning in effect until 9 o'clock this morning, because we're still seeing about 14 inches of precipitation. Not so much rainfall in our northwestern locations, but we still have standing water in our northwestern locations, and it's going to take some time for that water to recede. Same thing in Flagler County and eastern Marion County. We still have a flash flood warning until 8 o'clock. It's not raining anymore, but we still have that flood potential and all that standing water. For the metro, it's scattered rainfall, still breezy conditions, but the gustiest winds are right along I-95, right along the Cape through coastal Volusia County. Pockets of heavier rainfall still for Seminole County and Orange County, but that heaviest stuff is now working through the Cape and Brevard County. Plenty of light to moderate showers for Osceola County, moving into Brevard County, where Brevard County, your winds are quickly picking up. Now, do you want to look at some of our local storm reports? There has been reports of flooding in Pellicer, the Pellicer Creek area. A flood has been reported here, so watching that. And then also a flood near Crescent City, where there's ongoing flooding, major flooding on Haw Creek in Flagler County near Crescent City. So we're dealing with that, even though the rains are over. And as the day goes on, I imagine more storm reports will come out as that sun slowly rises, conditions go back to normal. but we will be assessing all of the damage. So Milton moves away. We'll still have some lingering showers, some breezy conditions later on this morning along our coastline. We'll focus on coastal erosion, our high coastal impacts, even though Milton is pulling away, just because we still have those strong onshore winds. Eric, we're still dealing with very strong winds along the coast, but that won't last all day.
No, as a matter of fact, for folks in Brevard County, this is kind of some of the worst that we've seen out at the Kennedy Space Center for rocket launches. They have a ton of towers. Those are reporting winds at like 90, 100 miles an hour, but they're really, really tall. So I'm just using the data points we have that are down to the surface, but we're still 77 and 81 miles an hour out over the National Wildlife Refuge and over the Kennedy Space Center. Down toward Melbourne, 67 mile per hour winds, 57 miles per hour a little further to the north, about 52 here in Sanford, 60 at Daytona Beach, and it's still gusting to 72 at Ponce Inlet. But let's just take a minute. The sun is coming up. It's not quite as windy here in downtown. Little by little, things will be getting better. So areas in green, the worst of the weather is done for you. Little by little, we're shifting that east. For Orlando's metro area off to the east, we have to wait a little bit more until about 8 o'clock. And then right along the shoreline, I'd say about 10, 11 o'clock, things will dramatically improve. Take a look at Futurecast, timing it out, okay? 7, 8, 9 o'clock, still with some of these showers, but the winds, these are sustained, okay? 20, 30 miles per hour. We're going to keep a breeze late morning, but we're pushing the last of the activity off 1, 2, 3 o'clock, and then into the afternoon and evening. Sure, a nice breeze out of the north at 10, 15. Let me tell you something. That breeze from the north is grabbing down some lower humidities. So at the very least, we're going to be doing better and better. And take a look at the infrared satellite and radar. We're dragging in some drier air. It's clear sky that's pivoting our direction. So if any of our tower cams worked, I'd be able to show you probably some improving weather. Little by little, you'll see it though right outside your window. So for this morning, it's still rough, especially in our East Coast communities, but we're going to clear that out and look at what we have ahead. Bright sunshine, temperatures in the 80s, morning lows in the 60s. We have some really nice weather. My in-laws have some minor things to deal with. Some will be more fortunate, some will be less fortunate, but the next couple of days, we're going to come together as a community in the sunshine, and we're going to help each other out. That way, this storm is nothing but a distant memory in a very short order.
Yes. All right, we're looking forward to that, Eric. Milton is moving away, but power outages are still a big concern. If TV isn't an option for you, listen to us on Magic 107.7 FM or through the iHeartRadio app by dialing in 107.7. You can also watch us on your smartphone or internet-connected tablet. Our round-the-clock coverage is streaming live for you right now on the very local app.
All right, so a few of the big concerns, the flooding we've been talking about, and also the wind. And Volusia County, we're really honing in on that county right now because they are seeing some of the worst conditions.
Yeah, that concern is certainly there for us. We want to get to Pamela Combe, who is live this morning. And Pamela, now that the sun's starting to come up, are you able to see if trees are down, any other damage and debris out where you are?
The sun is finally up and we are able to have a better look. We have seen some downed tree limbs, but really the biggest thing we're keeping an eye on is the flooding. We're finally able to get a better look at this parking garage that we just saw water and wind just blowing on there all morning. That corner does have a bunch of standing water on it, and you can see right above just how powerful that wind is too. I mean, those trees are kind of tilted over to the side, but I want you guys to take a look at the flooding on this side on Palmetto Avenue. This is downtown Daytona Beach. Earlier, the wind is blowing really hard. It kind of looked like just rapids, but right now this is a road. It looks like a lake or river. It is completely flooded. That business a little further down that you see right there, it does have sandbags right in front of it, but I believe the water is reaching the door, so it might have water inside of the business. And several other cities, DeLand and New Smyrna, Port Orange, Edgewater, all of those cities are also seeing water flooding. Some of them are reporting knee-deep water. But I want you guys to take a look at this video that the Volusia County Sheriff's Office shared with us. The sheriff made some early rounds this morning. He already had some high water rescues in the area. He says, again, a lot of streets are flooded, but they do have FWC deputies, rescue swimmers stationed across the county, and they are ready to respond with those high water rescue vehicles. So I know we are supposed to be getting more rain in just a little bit, so we'll be bracing for those conditions, staying under cover. And again, there is a curfew in place until 8 a.m., which it seems like a lot of people are, complying and abiding by because the roads have been pretty empty this morning, which is a good thing. Just stay home until the storm passes. Reporting in Volusia County, I'm Pamela Cohn.
Yeah, good advice there.
Yeah, for sure, Pamela. And Pamela, we've been hearing from some viewers emailing us or messaging us on Facebook, and they were in Volusia County, New Smyrna, Port Orange. They said that their flooding is really bad in those spots. I know folks aren't out yet, but are you hearing the same thing from the sheriff's office?
Oh, yeah, the flooding is terrible in those areas that already typically flood. I would say it's about knee deep in cities like Edgewater. It's getting into people's homes. It's on the roads. I mean, it's impassable. There are some road closures in the area. And cities like DeLand, they say that there's so much water on the roads. They're asking people to conserve water just to not overwhelm their stormwater system. I imagine as the day continues to go on and more water continues to fall, we'll see more cities ask residents to do the same.
All right. Pamela Cohn live for us there in Volusia County, and really a hard hit area as we've seen in Brevard County, where the wind has been very strong. And when we move outside of Central Florida, we're looking at some of the areas that got hit as the storm first moved into the Sunshine State.
Yeah, leading to several tornado outbreaks yesterday. We want to check in now with our sister station, WPBF, and Taylor Hernandez and hear her report, because at this point there were fatalities, but we don't know yet how many people were killed.
I'm Taylor Hernandez in St. Lucie County, Florida. Behind me, you can see all of the siding from buildings here. This is the Spanish Lakes neighborhood in Fort Pierce. There have been multiple reported fatalities here in this neighborhood, all related to a reported tornado. Of course, this spawning from Hurricane Milton. We do not know exactly how many people were killed in this neighborhood, but you can see roofs ripped off of homes. There's siding in the streets, down trees. This entire neighborhood this morning without power. More than 60,000 people in St. Lucie County waking up in the dark. Again, we do not know exactly how many people died here in St. Lucie County, but we did speak with the sheriff last night about this devastation.
From what the Dopplers are showing, we got hit the hardest, the quickest. Again, we say this wasn't expected. We prepare for things, but you can't expect or do anything when we have multiple tornadoes touch down in such a short period of time in our community. It's devastating. There's no words could describe it.
Again, this is in Fort Pierce, Florida, where there were multiple reported fatalities. Driving through the Spanish Lakes neighborhood, it's unrecognizable. It's hard to see exactly how much damage has been done, though, because of just how dark it is. This entire neighborhood without power, more than 60,000 people waking up in the dark here in St. Lucie County. But I can tell you there were trees in the roadways. There are roofs in the roadways, siding in the roadways, roofs completely ripped off of homes here. We're going to get a better look at all of this damage as the sun starts to come up. For now, I'm Taylor Hernandez in Fort Pierce. Back to you.
Taylor, thank you. Just conditions terrible there in South Florida after those tornadoes and after the outbreak. Take a look at this here. Down power lines, wires here on trees. This is Forest Avenue in Altamont Springs. Also seeing flooding in the roadway there. But talk about scary stuff. This is why, folks, stay indoors, especially if your county's under a curfew or your area where you live. Do not venture out into these kinds of conditions because things are not looking good.
Yeah. And to St. Petersburg, look at this video. And we want to thank McKenna Casey for sending this in. That crane collapsed. It went right onto the building there, and part of it is in a road. And this was all from construction happening on a luxury building site. And with strong winds, construction crews are asked to secure everything. And in this case, the crane just couldn't stand up to the wind that was in that area.
And stay with us right now because our coverage of Hurricane Milton continues.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
The cleanup is already underway this morning in parts of Central Florida as Milton moves offshore. This is how things looked just moments ago in Maitland as our crew found these workers beginning to remove trees and branches from a road.
Good morning. The time right now is 7:30 on your Thursday. I'm Meredith McDonough alongside Jason Guy, meteorologist Kellyanne Class, and Eric Burris. So much to cover with Hurricane Milton making landfall last night as a Category 3 storm around 8:30 in Siesta Key. We know this is a deadly hurricane. Several fatalities have been reported in South Florida after those tornado outbreaks. Hopefully we will get those numbers soon. And here in Central Florida, big stories, guys. Just the flooding we're seeing for so many folks and the wind out there.
Yeah, and as we get over to Kellyanne and Eric, wind is still going to be a concern along with the flooding, but we think, oh, I'm watching it on the map. This thing's moving away.
Yeah, you know, when we look at the radar, we don't actually see how windy it is, right? So we have to rely on reporting sites. We also have to rely on our tower cam network, on our weather stems. So those cameras. So when we look at the radar and we think, okay, wow, like things are really improving. For some, it's still really windy.
And I would also say, like, I'm looking at the radar over your shoulder. When you show it, notice how the colors are green and yellow. And on a normal day, green and yellow is just some rain. But there's something about the flavor of a tropical system that the radar does not do this justice.
No.
The driving rains would be what you would think of like a purple on the radar during the summertime. And then because it's just such a big storm, the rain isn't only where the winds are, it's outside of that as well.
I was just going to say, we have team coverage all across Central Florida, even over in Tampa. And Eric, we saw those windy conditions with Bob Hazen, Dave McDaniel, their locations. It is blowing them around, including our live trucks.
Yeah, oh yeah. They said the truck was bouncing a little bit as it was just parked.
Right.
So imagine if you had a high-profile vehicle and you're getting on somewhere like I-4. That's why right now, everywhere, authorities are saying, stay put. Don't get out right now.
Well, and you also want to let the crews do their job and out clean the roads, right? We don't know what has trees over the roads, what has power lines over the roads. So it's just best to stay off the roads right now. In terms of what we're experiencing, it really is a tale of two stories. We have really calm conditions on our west coast along the I-75 corridor, but along I-95 in Ponce Inlet, New Smyrna, Daytona, Oak Hill, it's still windy and it's still rainy. And you can see all of the rainfall and all of the trees still lashing around in the wind. So this will eventually subside. It's getting there. We're not there yet, but we are getting there. As we take a look at first warning radar, we are dry for the I-75 corridor. Still some rainfall for parts of I-4. Not as heavy as it was earlier. It's really just this ribbon now of rainfall that's lingering just south of New Smyrna Beach, right around Edgewater, Oak Hill, now moving down towards the Cape in Brevard County, Scottsmore, Titusville, Mims, Port St. John. Heavy tropical rainfall for you, along with those gusty conditions. Here in the metro, Seminole County, Orange County, we have pockets of heavier rainfall, but for most, it's just a steady tropical rain at the moment, with winds gradually beginning to subside. Now, we do want to remind you, we have a flash flood warning in effect for Lake, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties until 9 o'clock this morning, because we've already had about 14 inches in some locations of rainfall falling. Same thing, not as heavy, not as much rainfall accumulating in Flagler County, but still a flash flood warning in effect until 8 o'clock, even though it's not raining anymore. We still have some of that standing water. Down in Osceola County, Brevard County, gusty rain, just whipping around like we saw that shot out in Ponce Inlet. Now, we, just as expected, had this setup right over the I-4 corridor for heavy rainfall. Some of us receiving about 14.5 inches of rain. A lot of us between 10 and 12 inches of precipitation along I-4. And it's a really sharp cutoff between I-4 and the heavy rainfall and barely any accumulation, especially if you go to North Florida. In Denellen, western parts of Marion County, 5 inches of rainfall. Same thing in St. Cloud, almost 3 inches of precipitation in the Grand Valcaria area. So really seeing a lot of those flooding conditions along the I-4 corridor, but really, Eric, a good chunk of Central Florida.
And that's the rain piece. Then there's the winds. Even though the center of circulation of this hurricane is well off the shoreline, we're still gusting to about hurricane force in spots. 72-mile-per-hour gusts still being reported over at Ponce Inlet, 58 at Port Orange, 52 Sanford Airport, 51 at the International Airport, 58 miles per hour over at Patrick Space Force Base, up into the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station area, 69 miles per hour, and even into Flagler County. At least you've fallen below hurricane force. You were sitting at like 80, 90 miles an hour for what seemed like hours and hours and hours, but things are starting to quiet, and you see the cutoff of significant winds is slowly working into the metro. These reds and oranges, that's the significant winds. Those kind of hotter colors are the more destructive winds. But I want to take and compare what we saw overnight to significant hurricane hits, okay? Hurricane Charlie was the worst hurricane in at least the modern era, we'll say, had winds of 105 at Orlando International Airport. Milton gave a 99-mile-per-hour wind gust over in Ponce Inlet. Irma, the highest wind gust in Central Florida, was 79 miles an hour, and Ian, the highest wind gust, was 76. So Milton did exactly what we had expected. It would fall somewhere between Charlie and Irma in Central Florida. My friends, we went through it last night, and power outages reflect that now we've got some work to do to get back to normal. Take a look. 200,000 people without power in Polk County, 170,000 without power in Volusia County, and there are reports coming in now of some significant flooding in spots. So certainly our news crews are going to go gather that information. 100,000 without power in Lake County and many other counties kind of in that ballpark. So for today, we have to deal with, yes, the kind of cleanup effort. The good news is, as this radar starts to clear out, things are going to be looking better and better. And I would say the sun comes out in just a couple of hours.
All right, we're going to be looking forward to that. Thank you, Eric. And right now, we want you to know, if your power goes out, there is a way you can stay connected with us. And even though the storm is moving off the coast, we've got the winds, we've got the flooding. There could be power outages. So you can listen to us on Magic 107.7 FM or through the iHeartRadio app. Just tune it to Magic 107.7 on that app. We also have a way for you to stream us on your smartphone or internet-connected tablet. We have round-the-clock coverage of WESH 2 News streaming live for you on the very local app.
And now we want to share some updates with local law enforcement that they're providing. Oviedo police right now say that they are evaluating the storm damage in their area. Officers say that they've shut down a few roads because of trees down, flooding, and also power lines. We want to give you these locations. Stevens Avenue between E. Franklin Street and County Road 14 is closed because of flooding. And then Central Avenue at Clark Street, there's a power line down across the road there, so they have a partial closure. They're asking that you stay inside and give them time to assess the situation and get this cleaned up to make it safe for everyone there in the community.
Okay, let's turn our attention to Tampa. Things have begun to calm down, but that is an area that saw the brunt of the system as it moved here into the Sunshine State, still at Category 3 status.
Yeah, and still trying to get over Hurricane Helene just a few weeks ago. Let's check in with Alina Lee, the meteorologist over there from our sister station. Joins us live now from Tampa. Alina, how's it going? How are you today?
Good morning, you guys. I'm doing a little bit better. I mean, of course, just less than 12 hours ago, we were, experiencing landfall, of course, in Siesta Key. But here in Tampa, we certainly had some significant wind and some very heavy rainfall that certainly was powerful, even this far inland. But of course, we have a small portion of the area that we were able to kind of survey ourselves this morning. And now that the sun is up, we've got a better view of what's going on. And I'm happy to report for once that, the damage here is not extensive. It's not widespread. Again, I just want to remind folks that I've just only looked in this, maybe a couple hundred yards here in, around me. And so far only seen tree limbs and of course some twigs and branches that have been snapped off and scattered across this parking lot and several parking lots. And I'll also want to mention that the street lights are still out. And of course, even, just when the sun was down, of course, we had no light from any traffic signals. So I know there are more cars on the road at this moment, and hopefully we won't have any accidents, because I know sometimes when those lights go out, some people, get a little hasty. So hopefully we don't experience any of that this morning. We'll certainly bring you more coverage if we end up seeing any more damage that's a bit more extensive and let you guys know about that. For now, though, things have quieted down. It's still kind of breezy, though. We're just thankful that the rain stopped falling as well. I'll send it back to you.
All right. Lena Lee, thank you so much for that report. And we want to move from her location there a little bit more on the outskirts to the downtown area.
Yeah, our very own West 2's Megan Mackey is there in downtown Tampa. Megan, I know that there's one location you're seeing some damage in the area. Kind of take us through that.
Yeah, this is along Tampa Avenue. You can see here behind me, this building kind of crumbled from the top. Take a look. These big bricks kind of fell down here sometime overnight when we got that storm, probably from those heavy winds and that rainfall. I was talking to Tampa police in this area, and this is a condemned building. It's right across from that federal courthouse in downtown Tampa. And this looks to be the biggest damage we've seen here, at least in the metro downtown Tampa area. We've seen a lot of people out here. There's actually a woman across the street you can see walking her dog. A lot of people live in this area. There's lots of high rises here. So I spoke to one man a little bit ago who said he decided to stay and ride out the storm. So you were in an evacuation zone.
Mandatory evacuation zone A.
But you chose to stay.
Florida man, yes, ma'am.
Why did you choose to stay?
My house is my livelihood. I've got my boat there, everything I do care about. You definitely have to take these storms seriously. But again, I just tried to make an educated decision based on the construction of my home, and I felt that I would be all right.
As I mentioned, this building here is really the biggest damage we've seen in downtown Tampa. You can see those flashing stoplights. It appears, at least in downtown Tampa, all the stoplights are working. We've seen some people come out to try and look at the damage. This one, of course, you can go through, but then the other way, it is a flashing red, which means you have to stop. If you come across an intersection that's completely out, of course, you need to treat that as a four-way stop. But right now, officials both in Tampa and Orlando are encourage people to stay home because, of course, there's going to be a lot of cleanup that needs to be done. And also there's still a lack of gas. There's really no gas stations open that we've seen this morning. All those restaurants closed yesterday. So people just waking up this morning, assessing the damage. So far, no injuries reported in Tampa Bay. We hope to make our way to St. Pete very soon to give you a look at the damage there. And we'll bring you that right here live on West 2. Reporting live in Tampa Bay, Megan Mackey, West 2 News.
Okay, Megan, we're going to get you to hang with us here for just a second. We are interested to know about St. Pete, so we want to let you get on your way there. But you mentioned gas stations are closed, restaurants are shut down. First of all, have you seen any people out and about? And they're supposed to be off the streets right now. But the other thing is, what are you doing as a crew to make sure that you can get some water, and if you need to fuel up the news vehicle?
Yeah, well, we actually did prepare before coming down from Orlando. We left on Monday, so we have tons of water and food. And food, that means like Cheez-Its. That's what I have for breakfast this morning. We don't really have hot meals, and we haven't had a hot meal since Tuesday. Today's Thursday. So, pretty much all these restaurants shut down. So we've been kind of living off our snacks and supplies, those dry foods that don't need to be refrigerated or cooked. And then in terms of gas, we're actually struggling right now. We're trying to find a gas station that's open. We have been using the Gas Buddy app, but most of those, at least in the Tampa Bay area, haven't been updated for about 2 days. So every time we go to a gas station, there's no gas there. So we did hear Governor Ron DeSantis say yesterday that they are trying to ship some gas down. Hopefully we do find one of those, but that's really what's kind of preventing us right now from getting to St. Pete is we need to make sure we have gas to come back into Tampa Bay. So hoping to find that. If I do find a gas station, I'll post on my X and let you know, or if you know, hit me up, shoot me an X, and we'd love to know where there's some gas in Tampa Bay.
Okay.
All right, hang tough
Megan,
there in Tampa Bay.
You're making like an all-around laugh. I've never heard the shoot me an X. Eric and I both laughed here. That's great. I love that. And Megan, this is the reality of our crews.
X.
Yeah. Our crews are doing this work to show you these areas, and they're putting themselves, in these tough situations where they aren't able to always find a hot meal. As Megan said, it's been a couple of days now. They're sleeping where they can. We do have, I think, an Airbnb for them. And then, just to move around and to keep doing this work, they've got to find gas. And so, it's certainly something that I think a lot of times we forget about. And I really appreciate Megan just kind of explaining the ins and outs of what she does out there.
Okay, also want to talk about the impacts that those outer bands are still having along our eastern coastline we're seeing.
Yeah.
Let's check in now with West 2's Bob Hazen. Bob, your live shots this whole morning have just been so impressive and incredible to see the winds that you're dealing with there.
Yeah, and right now I can tell you, it seems like the winds they're still strong, but they're not as violent as they seem to have been in the past hour or so. So that's good news about that. Possibly calming down a little bit. But right now we're on St. Croix Avenue. This is in a neighborhood behind that storefront that we were at last hour. And this thing in my hand right here, this is a roofing tile, and it's pretty thick. You can see it's a pretty substantial piece of tile there, and that came from the roofs in this neighborhood. And you can see as we walk along here, right over here, this house, lots of those shingles, parts of the roof all ripped off, the siding ripped off as well. And then closer down to the bottom of the house, you can see that wind actually pushed the garage door in as well. And then the front of the house over here, more damage there. So that house seems to be one of the worst hit in this neighborhood. But I can tell you, all throughout this neighborhood, you can see all these trees, these palm trees that all got ripped in half, knocked to the ground. So that's basically all up and down this street as we were coming in. And then down on the ground, just like that tile that I was holding when we first started out here, there's pieces of it all over the place as well. As we come down the street some more, just to show you some more of the damage that people are dealing with over on this house on the left. It looks like actually that thing up against the truck right there, that might be part of the roof from the house across the street that blew over there. And then on the side, obviously the siding of the roof pulled up as well. A lot of houses dealing with shingle damage. The house on the very end here, I know it's gonna be hard with the rain hitting the camera, but the house on the very end there, lots of the shingles on the top taken off. And then also the one next to it, a lot of damage as well. This is a very high-end neighborhood, as you can imagine, right on the Indian River. A lot of these houses have boats behind them that we can see kind of like bobbing in the water. This looks like it's possibly the hardest hit that we've seen so far. And you see some people coming out this morning to kind of check on the damage, see what's how bad their houses were hit. But yeah, a lot of people are going to be doing this cleanup in this neighborhood, not just for their houses, but also the trees that have come down are blocking the road in certain parts. This is the neighborhood right behind that Wells Fargo bank where the roof was ripped off, and that Supercuts where the whole building was blown out. So this area looks like it was where that tornado did the most damage in Cocoa and Cocoa Beach. Back to you guys.
All right. Okay, Bob, and we're seeing damage like that in neighborhoods across Central Florida. It is certainly something. When you start talking about a tile roof breaking and what had to hit that, and so many limbs flying around there, the garage door was damaged. That was an intense area where a burst came through.
Yeah, that neighborhood is on the Indian River. That's in Cocoa. So that's a look at the damage there. And guys, we've been talking about this. That's kind of the area where the storm is. It's leaving us, but that's the location, including Volusia County, those two spots that we're really seeing the flooding and the wind.
It took a while for the wind to pick up, but it finally followed. And now we're seeing those really strong winds across Brevard County, but soon it will exit. It's just, it took a little bit.
This is Milton's last stand. So the winds are calming little bit by little bit across our area, but it's still kind of that coastal community that's dealing with it. But over the next few hours' time, the sun will come out. And once it does, the breeze slowly subsides and we'll be able to survey our homes, help our neighbors. And it's always important to always look for the helpers. I always tell my kids in these little moments of being frightened, now that the winds are calming, remember, the helpers are going to be out there doing the help.
You make me think of the Mr. Rogers quote.
That's it.
That's
where it came from.
And I have to tell you that the helpers, but Eric and I have been covering storms since 2007 together. And there was a tropical system and I was in trouble. And he said, get in shelter right now. I will never forget that. A tornado touched down not too far and it blew the barn off and the windows out. Very scary stuff. So, you know, just our hearts go out to all the folks right now that are dealing with these conditions. We're here for you. We're in this together.
Yeah. It's almost done too, which is what we always like to, you know, give a little silver lining to, right? Like we're still dealing with some of those conditions, but the end is almost here as Milton continues to pull away. And so when we look at our live radar, it doesn't look that impressive. You're thinking, okay, it's just rain. We're not seeing any gusty conditions, but our tower cam networks really sell the picture. And in fact, let's go to our weather stem camera out in Ponce Inlet in Volusia County. And this is the picture right now. We're still seeing the winds battering the trees. So even though it doesn't look that impressive on our radar, it still is very gusty outside, especially for our I-95 spots. One final ribbon of heavy tropical rain working through parts of Oak Hill, Titusville, along the Cape. And then following that is just some spotty showers with some pockets of heavier rainfall. But this is working down into Brevard County. It's pesky showers very gusty winds, still hurricane force winds at times, tropical storm force wind gusts as well in the metro from Orange County up to Seminole County. Light passing showers with pockets of tropical downpours and some spotty showers around Sorrento, Paisley, DeLand, all the way up to Pearson. But the heavy rainfall, the heavy lasting rainfall is now beginning to end, which is wonderful news. Just want to remind you, we have a flash flood warning for Lake, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties going until 9 o'clock this morning. And while we're not dealing with widespread rainfall, we could still pick up an additional 1 to maybe 2 inches of rainfall in some of those pockets of tropical downpours embedded in that light rainfall. For Flagler and Eastern Marion County, we have a flood warning going until 8 o'clock. So that's going to end very soon. We also want to remind you of some freshwater flooding. Right now, the Little Wekiva River at 30.08 feet. It is in major flood stage. I've been checking all of our stages and gauges across the St. Johns River, the Little Wekiva River. Things have been pretty steady. We'll have to see if things change as we go throughout the afternoon once things calm down. But right now we are in major flooding stage for Little Wekiva River near Altamont. But happy to say, again, the heaviest rain there is now over, so things should start to steady out there. We'll continue to watch the gauges along the St. Johns, but Eric, we are closely watching those gusts, 50-mile-per-hour gusts in Brevard.
Yeah, this is still damaging wind potential here, okay? 62 over at the Ponce Inlet, but you were at 99 a little bit ago. The center of circulation of Milton is pulling away. 65-mile-per-hour gusts in Marineland, 53 right now in Flagler Beach, 53 Daytona Beach, Sanford 52, Orlando 51, and across our Brevard stations, Patrick Space Force Base gusting to 58. It's 53 over at the Kennedy Space Center and 54 at the National Wildlife Refuge. So little by little, if you notice this kind of orangish shade, reds and browns. The browns are the destructive winds, and that's kind of pushing away. We just don't have any sensors south of Melbourne, so that's the struggle. We're not able to measure it, but we're able to model it, okay? But you see those oranges, those are the real strong winds. It's exiting the metro, and it should be right on time. We said around 8 a.m., the worst of the weather would be clearing Orlando, and we're getting there. We're still going to have some tropical storm force winds, but little by little, things are improving. So watch on Futurecast through time. 9 a.m., still breezy, sustained winds, 20, 30 miles an hour, gusting higher than that. Still a little rough along the coastal communities. By 11, 12 o'clock, though, we push Milton far enough away, and notice there's some clearing on here. By about 2, 3 o'clock, breezy for sure. A few coastal showers, but overwhelmingly, we're going to take this dry air and sweep it right in. And you're already starting to see some clearing. I'd be willing to bet that if Megan Mackey looked up, she'd probably on her western horizon, looking toward the Gulf of Mexico, probably be able to see a little peak of blue sky through some cloud cover. So this morning, we're still in the rough weather for just a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. Then we'll be able to go back to normal, at least weather-wise, and start looking around, see how our homes fared and what shape they're in. If our neighbors need some help, let's lend a helping hand there. Let's not go looky-looing, though, okay? Because crews are doing what they need to do. They're picking up the pieces, allowing and opening up those road arteries, and, of course, putting power back on. We've not seen the power numbers dropping just yet. That means that the crews haven't started yet. So give them space to do that. That way we can all get back to normal. This weekend's forecast, though, looking really, really nice, guys.
All right, Eric. We know the storm's moving away. Power outages are going to still be a big concern. If TV isn't an option for you, you can listen to us on Magic 107.7 FM or through the iHeartRadio app by dialing 107.7. You can also watch us on your smartphone or internet-connected tablet. Our round-the-clock coverage is streaming live for you on the very local app. And this is great for your smart TV, of course, on your phone or your tablet. But if you've got a streaming service, think a Netflix, a Hulu, whatever it is, wherever you watch those streaming services, download the very local app and stream us.
Now we want to get to some breaking news here. Our team of producers working so hard to confirm some information. They have confirmed at least 4 people have died in the tornado outbreaks that happened in St. Lucie County yesterday. So this is some video from those scenes. The possible tornado barrels through St. Lucie County on Wednesday. This footage shows the tornado over the area, also a tree getting swept away by these intense winds. Officials there reporting there were fatalities, and now we have confirmed at least 4 people are dead. We will continue to follow that situation out of South Florida. Also, strong winds, flooding, still lingering concerns as Milton slowly passes through our area, now off the coastline, but we're still feeling the effects.
Oh, yeah. And a flash flood warning remains in place for several of our local counties until 9 o'clock this morning. So we've got a little more than an hour left on that warning. And one of the spots is Seminole County. Look up at your screen right now. Are you seeing Dave McDaniel there? Dave, the camera's a little bit hazy, but we can see that the wind is really whipping up that water behind you there on Lake Monroe.
Well, the camera might be a little bit hazy because the world is a little bit hazy. The ceiling is really low. You can barely see across Lake Monroe at all to see our neighbors to the north. It is all chopped up because the wind is still significant out of the north, not nearly as bad as it was, say, maybe an hour and a half ago. But we're still getting some rainfall. We still have some wind. We've got debris on the Riverwalk. There's water over the Riverwalk. And again, Seminole Boulevard has water over the top of it. Now, this is clearly a combination of the fact that we had pouring rain for hours, but also when we got here, the wind was howling out of the north as Milton was going offshore, howling out of the north, driving that lake water over the seawall, over the Riverwalk, and onto the road. But now, because the things have slacked off a little bit, now it's starting to drain the other way. Water is running back out of Seminole Boulevard, off over the Riverwalk, and back out and down into the lake. So Mother Nature is doing at least somewhat taking care of herself. But again, the water here is significant, and there's going to be some issues on Lake Monroe coming up over the next several days because water from the south in the St. Johns flows to the north. Right now, Lake Monroe is at action stage before Milton, but over the next several days, like early next week, it's going to be at moderate flooding. Lake Harney to the east of us, our friends out there in Geneva, they were at minor flooding stage. It's jumped to major right away, and it's going to continue to climb over the next few days. They figure it's going to be major flooding, not near record flooding. It'll be well below record flooding from Ian, but they're going to be over 10 feet probably by Friday or Saturday. And then, of course, we talk a lot about Astor over in Lake County. It was already right on the cusp of minor and moderate. It jumped to major flooding in just a matter of hours, and it's forecasted to get just below 1/10 of 1 foot below record levels at Astor. And again, this is all water that eventually has to get into the St. Johns River and get out into the Atlantic Ocean. But it's going to take a while because there's so much of it. And of course, there's so many people who have flooded yards, trees down, and all of that. There's going to be a mess. It's going to take a long time to clean it all up. Milton has left its mark as one of the most powerful hurricanes to hit Florida. And of course, its impact on Central Florida, significant. Reporting live in Sanford, Dave McDaniel, West 2 News.
Sure is. We've seen Lake Monroe look like glass,
Yeah.
and today it looks like a rough ocean.
It sure does. Let's check in now with Kristen Lago. She's been driving all around Central Florida. Kristen, where are you now? And I know you've seen trees down, debris. What are you seeing in this location?
Yeah, we came back to Orange County as we were kind of making our way back to the station area, and we decided to drive down Orlando Avenue. And then Zach Maskovich, I don't know how he spotted this as we were driving by, but this tree completely came down in front of this home right here. We're going to bring you a look, and I think you can see it a little bit better now that the daylight hours have come. But I mean, we're looking at it right now, and it looks like it came just inches from the home. It doesn't look like it actually crashed into the home itself, but it definitely fell right in front of it. So this is just a smidge of what we've seen as we've driven all throughout the night throughout Central Florida. I mean, we've seen a couple trees come down. We were in Maitland just a little bit ago, and crews were out there working on clearing the streets from another tree that had fallen the opposite direction. So it had fallen right into the middle of the road. So they were working to clear that. And then we drove to Conway to check on potential flooding, and we didn't find anything there that was flooding, but we did find a fence that had been completely ripped apart. So as all of our crews have been saying, this storm's impacts have been felt all throughout Central Florida and all throughout the morning. We're going to continue to see that. I mean, the trees have been especially prominent, especially now in the daylight hours that we can kind of look around and see. But there are people coming out of their homes. They're noticing the damage, and we've seen some people coming out and trying to clean up the streets right now. Reporting in Orange County, Kristen Lago, West 2 News.
Kristen, thank you so much and stay safe out there. Take a look at this. It's a viewer picture from Daytona Beach Golf condominiums showing us measuring tape there. That's showing about 13.5 inches of rain, just to give you another look at all the flooding we've been seeing.
Oh.
And our coverage now of Hurricane Milton continues with Sonica Donke and Sheldon Dutez.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from West 2.
Well, this morning, this is one of the most gripping images of destruction that was left behind from Hurricane Milton. The roof there at Tropicana Field was left shredded. That stadium was being used as a staging location for first responders.
And it's not just on the state's west coast where we've been seeing a lot of damage. Our own Bob Hazen found quite a bit of damage in Brevard County.
Right now we're in front of this Supercuts at this little shopping center here in Cocoa Beach, and it was absolutely wrecked in this storm.
We have been seeing some wild images come out. It's now 8 o'clock and the sun is starting to rise and Milton is finally pulling away. We'll certainly get a better idea of the damage that is left behind. But we want to begin this hour with meteorologist Kellyanne Klass and Marquise Mita joining us. Give us the latest on Milton. Where is it now?
Milton is out in the Atlantic. What's interesting is the 8 o'clock advisory, the wind speeds have never changed, but we're verifying that on our coastline. And usually in tropical systems, our winds are highest at the center of the storm, but in this case, they've really spread out across the area.
Yeah, still super breezy. I think we were looking at recent wind gusts like a moment ago. We saw gusts up to 60 plus miles per hour across the coastline. So that's going to increase the storm surge, in which we do have storm surge warnings on our Atlantic coast right now.
Things are going to gradually increase in terms of the conditions of getting better, right? So we're not going to thankfully see a lot of gusty winds over the next couple of hours for our west, but for our east coast, we're still going to be watching that. There's a lot to get to. Let's at least get to the 8 o'clock advisory. Again, winds around 85 miles per hour. It is still a hurricane at this moment, but it is pulling away from Florida. And as it continues to quickly pull away, things will quickly get better. Now, when we look at first warning radar, it doesn't look that impressive, but we're still dealing with rainfall across the area and plenty of cloud cover, but there is some sunshine on the horizon back in the Gulf of Mexico as Milton continues to pull away. For now, the heaviest rainfall is still along parts of the Atlantic through the Cape, but in terms of the heavy rainfall now for Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, Oak Hill, all the way down to Titusville, conditions are improving. We still have a steady rainfall and we still have pockets of heavier rain for I-4 and the metro counties, but overall the stream of heavy rainfall is pretty much done, and still plenty of showers for Brevard County, Osceola, Orange, Seminole County, even parts of Lake County around the Sorrento area. So just want to remind you of a flash flood warning in effect for Lake, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties. This is going to go until 9 o'clock in the morning. So even though it's not pouring anymore and it's not a consistent pour, we're still going to be seeing for the next 59 minutes that flash flood warning in effect. We've had this big ribbon of rainfall set up across I-4, which has really been helping to increase those rainfalls. I do want to go county by county and show you what recent totals we've had now that things are gradually beginning to dry out. Shell Bluff, about 4.6 inches of precipitation, but look at just west of Palm Coast, west of I-95, 7.2. So it was a fine cutoff between 4 to 5 inches of rainfall to 7 to 8, even 9 inches of precipitation, especially around the Ormond Beach area. And that really set up around Daytona Beach, Edgewater, Holly Hill, New Smyrna Beach, where we've had reports of flooding in knee-deep water, as well as 14, 15 inches of rainfall. And then as you go into Brevard County, it's also a quick cutoff from Scottsmore all the way down to Titusville, reporting about 5 to 3 inches of precipitation. But in Seminole County, reporting 11.5 to almost 12 inches of rainfall. We'll continue to go county by county with more of those rainfall totals, but it is certainly still very gusty out in Brevard, Marquise.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're still not out of Milton's grip quite yet. We're seeing these winds continue to whip around our coastal communities. Take a look at this recent wind gusts above 50 to 60 plus miles per hour. Now, typically you have the fastest winds, Kellyanne, as you mentioned, closer to that center of circulation, but even miles away, we're still showing the breeze coming in from the north and the east. And that's why we have these storm surge warnings in place. So we've got a gust of 65 in Volusia County, Flagler County, excuse me, further to the south, 62 in Volusia, just off the shoreline of New Smyrna Beach. And as we continue to head further south, you're still well away from the storm, but it's still super breezy across parts of Brevard County, 54 mile per hour gusts of 58 even further to the south, just east of I-95. So we see, although Milton is pulling away, we are still dealing with those strong gusty conditions. Now, we had gusts with previous storms. Charlie back in 2004, 105 miles per hour. That's the fastest wind that we've seen from any hurricane here in Central Florida. But Milton, you guys are number 2 on the list right now with the strongest gust of 99 miles per hour. So just a hair below 100. And that just illustrates Milton's damage and destruction. I think this illustrates it better. Widespread across the state of Florida, over 3 million customers are without power. Now, one of the heaviest counties hit, that's to your south in Polk County, and that's closer to where Milton made that initial landfall, right? We have 200,000 customers without power across Polk County. Those numbers at 170,000 in Volusia County, where we're still experiencing those strong and gusty conditions. And we'll be able to assess the damage from those gusts coming up in just a moment when the sun is coming up and we can go outside and look at the damage. I know it's still going to be dangerous outdoors, but 28% of the state of Florida is without power currently. And I know that power companies are going to be working hard to get those lights back on, but we're still not out of the storm's way. We mentioned it's breezy all across the coast, and we do have those storm surge warnings in place as well as flash flood advisories. So we're not out of Milton's grasp quite yet, but the sun is coming up and we could assess the damage in the next few hours, guys.
All right, Marquise, thank you. It's because of the 3.2 million people without power that, was a concern we knew was coming, that we have partnered with our radio station, Magic 107.7, our radio partners, where we're simulcasting all of this information. You can also watch us on the very local app. So if you do end up losing power, or if a loved one lost power, friends or family, pass this information along to them, because we can continue to keep them updated even while they await those power crews to come in and right things.
All right, a great resource for people in our community and outside of the Orlando area that are tuning in. We've been talking about the risk of flooding connected to the storm. We're starting to see that flooding happening in parts of Orange County, especially in the eastern part of the county, which tends to flood during heavy rain events.
Let's get you over to West 2's Spencer Tracy, who is joining us live in Orlando. This is right by UCF, and we can see the high water levels just behind you there. How high are we talking?
Yeah, so I'm just at the beginning of it. I mean, I'm already up to probably my calf. I don't want to go much farther because I did see on the Orange County Rescue that they said the water was up to their chest. And you can just see, because there's mailboxes. I don't know if you really can see, but all the way out there, that looks like a trash can. But the water is completely all the way up to the mailboxes. And a couple neighbors just around the area told me that there's a lot of trailer homes as well as other homes in this area. And we know that Orange County Rescue was here trying to see if anyone needed rescue, and we did see on their Facebook page that they say that everyone was good, so that is good news here. But just the water, the amount of water that they've got overnight, and it continues to rain. And one neighbor does tell us that this area is prone to flooding. They had major flooding back in Hurricane Ian, and they said the water was even worse, but they are really concerned as the rain continues to happen. But that's why they're really asking people, if you do see your roads to be flooded like this, to not drive through them, because you just don't know how high it exactly is. That's why I'm kind of staying pretty close to our car, because I don't want to go out any further. But this area is definitely seeing a lot of the flooding areas here. For now, I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio. I'm live in Orange County. I'm Spencer Tracy, West 2 News.
Okay. Spencer, quick question for you. I know that earlier in the day you were reporting in the Orla Vista neighborhood. That's an area that also tends to flood during severe weather. What did you see there before you guys moved over towards UCF?
Yeah, so definitely nothing like it was a couple years ago. I know I wasn't here for that, but I've covered that neighborhood before, and they had extreme water rescues, nothing like that, which is good news. That means that construction in that area is definitely working. I saw some minor flooding and some power outages, but nothing like it was a couple years ago.
Great perspective, and I feel relieved for everybody who lives in Orla Vista because it has been a problem area for flooding in the past. Spencer, thank you. We appreciate it.
Unfortunately for the residents who live off of the street where she's standing right now, they're going to have some harsh realities to wake up to this morning. Looks like she's standing on the banks of a river.
But you see where the mailboxes were. Those little colored objects bobbing there in the water. So your mailbox is usually chest high for most people. So if it's that tall, presumably is in people's homes as well.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll get an update on some of the residents who live in that area. But we do want to show you some damage from Holly Hill over in Volusia County. We know they've been peltered with wind and rain. Take a look at this. It looks like there was a lot of debris from outside that made its way in. It looks like a ceiling collapsed. There we go. And it just opened up to the skies. You could see a little bit of the skies there in that picture, just letting all of that rain pour in. Awful to see and not a unique situation.
Want to take you to Altamont Springs now and show you what we saw in Seminole County. Some down power lines got mixed up with these trees. It looked like it sparked some flames there. This was on Forest Avenue in Altamont Springs.
Oh my goodness.
I know, but this is why we cannot stress enough how careful you have to be if you're out and about, because you don't know what's an active down line. You don't know what's under some of that water. So just keep that in mind as you're starting to go out and about throughout the day.
There are actually some curfews that are going to be lifted here during the 8 o'clock hour, but we also want to impress upon you to stay off the roads because emergency response teams like the Orange County Sheriff's Office one that we are showing you here, they are going to be making their way out. They already have been out in parts where it is safe to make those rescues that are necessary and any assistance that is required. That's also why officials and ourselves and meteorologists are asking everybody to stay off the road for now as damage is just getting assessed.
All right. And yeah, we'll be monitoring the damage throughout the day, which will really give us a big indication of the impact that this storm had on the Orlando area. But we know the Gulf Coast took the brunt of this storm as it made landfall last night in Siesta Key.
Right, that happened around 8:30. West 2's Megan Mackey has been reporting for us from the Tampa area, and she has more as people wake up to a damaged downtown.
We're getting a look at the damage that was left in downtown Tampa by Hurricane Milton. Take a look. This building behind me completely crumbled from the top down, all these bricks. And this is a condemned building pretty close to Water Street. This is along Tampa Avenue, pretty close to the courthouse in downtown Tampa. No injuries reported, thankfully, but you can see a lot of cleanup is going to need to be done. This area was a part of a mandatory evacuation zone, but I did speak to some people who told me they decided to stay here and ride out the storm.
So you were in an evacuation zone,
Mandatory evacuation zone A.
but you chose to stay.
Florida man. Yes, ma'am.
Why did you choose to stay?
You know, my house is my livelihood. I've got my boat there, everything I do care about. You definitely have to take these storms seriously. But again, I just tried to make an educated decision based on the construction of my home, and I felt that I would be all right.
Obviously, this is going to take a lot of time to clean up. Other than this damage in downtown Tampa, we can see some damage done as well to these stoplights at some intersections. But for the most part, they are working in most areas. But still, officials are encouraging people to stay home in this area. Thankfully, no injuries reported, but some cleanup definitely needed to be done here after Hurricane Milton. Reporting in downtown Tampa, Megan Mackey, West 2 News.
All right, we've been reporting all morning long that the eastern part of Central Florida along the coast is going to be the last area to kind of feel the impacts of this storm as it was making its way out to the Atlantic Ocean. And we're seeing also the impacts from the storm in that region as well, and some tornadoes that spawned off, possible tornadoes, I should say. We're still waiting to get those confirmed. But there was some type of activity in that area that caused a lot of damage.
West 2's Bob Hazen is joining us now from Cocoa Beach. And I know over the last hour, 90 minutes, we've really been seeing the high impact of winds. You have been out and about looking at all kinds of damage.
Yeah, and it does look like most of this would be from a tornado that hit here. And, you know, we're in a neighborhood behind A1A. This is St. Croix Avenue. And you can see this house right here had some of the worst damage. The shingles obviously ripped off there. Also, some of the siding, parts of the roof damaged, torn off, in fact, especially in the back of the house. And actually, the neighbor just came by and told me that the people who live in this house had to evacuate because they believe there might be structural damage to the house. But this street has pretty widespread damage. Almost every house along the way has some amount of damage, whether it's to the garage or the roof or the walls being punched in. And I talked to a bunch of people who live on this street. They say that this was the worst storm that they've ever had, at least when we're talking about hurricanes. But it wasn't so much the normal hurricane type situation. It was more that tornado that apparently came through here, also hit the shopping center up on A1A and just came on through this way, causing more and more damage. It looks bad when you look at this particular street, but I can tell you that most of what we've seen today is not like this. This is all because of that tornado coming through, or at least possible tornado that came through. But most of the houses are not anywhere near as bad as they are on this particular end of the street, which butts right up on the Indian River. The water behind these houses also is up very high, not into the houses necessarily, but the river itself is up a lot higher than it normally would be. And in fact, some people said their boats floated away. Some people said that their jet skis floated away. And right here on the side of this house, you can see the roof pulled up there, the underside exposed. And if you look at this truck that's in the driveway, there's some roofing there. And a man who lives in this street told me that that piece of roofing actually is from the bank. I don't know how far, but maybe a few hundred yards away, that flew over the houses and landed up here in this particular neighborhood. So again, a lot of people out here coming out, checking out their houses. We have been told that there were no injuries to anyone who lives on this street. So at least that's a little bit of good news for the people who do live right here. Reporting live in Cocoa Beach, Bob Hayes, West 2 News.
That damage is almost unbelievable. I'm curious, Bob, I know last time we checked in with you, it looked as if people were starting to poke their heads out of their homes to take a look around. Have you been seeing a lot of them? Have you been able to speak to any of them about what they experienced last night?
Yeah, I talked to a number of them. In fact, the mayor of Cocoa Beach lives on this street, or at least a street over, and some other folks who do live out here as well. And they say that pretty much all of the houses have some amount of damage. Some of it's just shingles that have been ripped off. These are expensive shingles. We're talking about, tile kind of roofing that would go on there, expensive, and actually at this point hard to find as well. There's a back order, so they're going to have an issue trying to get those tiles put back onto their roof. Again, the big thing that came out of this was no one was hurt, but there are a lot of houses that do have holes punctured into the roof and the side of them. So that's going to be the big thing that they're going to have to work on trying to get fixed. I am told that some of the people who live here have lived here for decades. It's been a very tight-knit neighborhood, so all of them are trying to help each other out. In fact, the street was supposedly, they said it was filled with water last night. It was flooded when the rain was coming down so hard, and you can see some of the roofing tile that's still down here right now, but this road was completely flooded, and some of the neighbors came out here and cleaned out a drain that was clogged, and that helped the water go back down and make it so that people could come out here and kind of take care of business this morning. Back to you guys.
Bob, glad to hear that people there are coming together to help each other out. Earlier, you were reporting from some of the damage near that shopping center where the Publix is, that Supercuts, and the Wells Fargo. That damage was very staggering. Just give us some perspective on how far away that shopping center was from where you're standing right now, just so we can kind of see maybe how far this tornado traveled.
Yeah, I would say it's only a couple, or maybe 300 or 400 yards from that front of the neighborhood. Basically, the street that runs beside the Supercuts and that Wells Fargo, that's the street that comes up into this neighborhood. So it's not a very long distance at all, and it's a straight shot right through there. And again, it goes right back over top of the river. And so people who were here said that they saw all of a sudden just metal start flying through the air when they were looking out their windows, and that's when they knew that something bad was coming this way.
Wow. Okay. We appreciate that perspective. Thank you so much for showing us what's happening. I do have to say that possible tornado activity, because we still have to wait for confirmation. It takes a little time for the crews to get out there and assess the damage to see if in fact it was a tornado. But guys, there were so many reports of those all over our viewing area yesterday.
And South Florida.
And South Florida, that's the thing. All the National Weather Service offices from Tampa, Miami to Melbourne all have to go out to their respective areas that they cover, and they have to wait until it's safe. So they haven't been able to go out and assess the damage, but they are, at least the National Weather Service in Melbourne is going to go out tomorrow to start doing the preliminary data and things like that. So it'll be very interesting to see the reports, because we usually don't see tornadoes like that here in Florida, let alone in tropical systems.
It was interesting because for a while there we were checking in with Bob, and it seemed like nothing was happening. He was sort of in a break from rain and wind. This was a couple of hours ago, and then all of a sudden it hit in full force. And I feel like Brevard sort of had it off and on Volusia County, though,
nonstop.
Yeah.
Nonstop.
So that's the thing about tornado watches and warnings. You can go from a watch to a warning like that in a matter of moments. You can have a tornado come down from the sky. So as you were saying about Bob, it seemed like all was calm, all was good. And then he was under that warning. We saw the images from the Wells Fargo where the roof was completely ripped off. The before and the after were staggering images to look at.
Yeah. Well, talk to us now about where Milton is at this moment. It was really trying to hang on to the edge of the coast there. Where is it now, and when are people going to start seeing some relief on that side?
So the last push of wind, the last push of rainfall is working through Brevard, Volusia right now. I do want to get you the latest advisories. This is from the 8 o'clock advisory. We now have all of Marion and all of Sumter counties out of advisories. No hurricane warning, no tropical storm warning. But the hurricane warning that we had in Flagler County, Lake, Seminole, Orange, and Osceola County have been replaced with a tropical storm warning. So we're still dealing with breezy conditions. It doesn't mean that we're going to get another round of rainfall. It just means that we still have tropical storm force winds in these locations. But as Milton continues to pull away, that will begin to improve. We still have hurricane warnings in effect for Volusia and Brevard County because we've seen hurricane force wind gusts pretty recently over the past couple of hours. And now I want to take you outside to Marion County right now. Here's a look at our tower cam network in Ocala. All is calm, all is quiet, really not gusty at all. It's a different story, though, in Marineland. We're still gusty, and if you look very closely, you can see that the seas are still very angry. On the backside, we have those strong northeasterly winds, so we're still going to be dealing with rough and high surf today and the potential of some coastal flooding. Right now, first warning radar is showing that line of heavy rainfall, that band of heavy rainfall beginning to exit. We still have some residual moisture. It's steady rain, pockets of heavier rainfall for Seminole County, parts of Volusia County, around Deltona, and around the parts of DeBary, but then going into Bithlo, also seeing some rainfall. Again, it's not the consistent steady rain or heavy rainfall, but it's just some pockets of heavier rain at times, and a couple of showers for parts of Orange, Osceola, moving over to Brevard County, but we are still dealing with very gusty conditions. So just know while the heaviest stuff is over, we'll still have some lingering showers, but that line of rain is now off of our coastline. Do want to also remind you we have a flash flood warning in effect for Lake, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties until 9 o'clock this morning. We had a lot of rainfall across the I-4 corridor, continuing to go county by county with rainfall totals here in Orange County, almost 1.5 feet in parts of the northern locations around the Zellwood area, Apopka, almost a foot of precipitation, even around the Ocoee area. And then as you go into eastern Orange County, we've really seen things kind of let up. Lake Hart, almost 6 inches of precipitation, so almost double north and west of Lake Hart in Orange County. And then in Sanford, 11 inches, Geneva, about 11.2 inches, Chuliota, almost 9.5 inches of precipitation, and just west of I-4 around Rokiva Springs, around 10 to almost 11 inches of precipitation. Now we're still dealing with major flooding along the Little Wekiva River. That is at a major flood stage, but looking at the data over the past couple of hours, looks like it has peaked at 30.08 feet. Now, flood stage is 29.50, so we're still at major flood stage. However, conditions look to gradually improve as we go throughout the week for the Little Wekiva River. For more on the very gusty conditions, let's head over to meteorologist Marquise Mita.
Yeah, Kellyanne, Milton was one of the strongest storms wind-wise that we've seen on record here in Central Florida. In fact, the strongest gust that we've had so far was across the Ponce Inlet of 99 miles per hour. That's second to Charlie back in 2004, but we had breezy conditions nearly everywhere. Across Marineland, you just showed that tower cam, 92 mile per hour gusts, and that's why we still have those rough seas because it is still super blustery out that direction. Daytona Beach, 87 mile per hour winds. Here in the metro, 86 mile per hour conditions, and that's across the airport, which we did close yesterday. Taking a look at the storm surge advisories, we still have a storm surge warning across Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard County, where the seas could be anywhere between 3 to 5 feet. That's the storm surge currently, and the reason why is that we still have yet to see these winds subside. Here's a look at the recent gusts between 50 and 70 miles per hour, so nearly Category 1 strength. 65 mile per hour gusts the fastest that we've had recently across parts of Flagler County. As you head further south, the gusts are barely even subsiding. 62-mile-per-hour conditions just off the shores of New Smyrna Beach. And as we continue to head south into Brevard County, we had a recent gust of 58 miles per hour. So we see the center of circulation is well offshore now, but we're still dealing with a Category 1 hurricane here. I just wanted to show you this Marineland tower cam once again as the seas are super rough. We see them crashing onto the shoreline. This is one of our only tower cams that's working across the Atlantic right now. The rest are black, and you see why. It's still very breezy as the tower cam continues to shake. So we'll play out future casts and time out when the rain is going to push offshore and when the winds will begin to start to subside. Right now, it's a northerly breeze all across I-95 in which we see those gusts could be up to 40+ miles per hour in parts of Palm Coast. Hour by hour, though, we're slowly watching the winds begin to taper away, but it looks like we're still holding on to tropical storm force speeds across parts of Brevard County up until 11, 12 o'clock. Then we start to go below 35 miles per hour. Still not quite yet done with the rain. We can see some showers across Daytona and New Smyrna Beach if you are in Volusia County. And then in the afternoon, that's when conditions finally start to taper away. You could still see some gusts at between 10 and maybe 20 miles per hour. Inland, 20 to 25 across the coastline. But here's a last look at Milton, still continuing to push towards the north and the east. Right now is a Category 1 hurricane in which we see the winds and the rain across parts of our coastal communities. So throughout the rest of the morning, we're going to be dealing with the aftermath of Milton tapering off. But as we continue throughout the work week on Friday, we finally gradually clear. Mostly sunny skies are back, and that's what we carry into the weekend with highs returning to the middle of the 80s.
The aftermath of this storm deals with power outages, and a lot of folks across our area are dealing with those power outages this morning. Just want to let you know that you can listen to us on Magic 107.7. That's our radio partner. You'll get all the updates from our First Warning team of meteorologists. You'll also be able to hear the reports from our colleagues who are out in the neighborhoods right now. They are our eyes and ears as we are working to learn more about the damage that's happening across town. Very local. This is our app. We are streaming our coverage of Milton there as well. So if you've got your phone, your iPad, your whatever device that you're using, you'll be able to watch us there as well. And we just got an image. Kellyanne just shared it with us internally here in the newsroom of some of the flooding in South Daytona. We're working to share that with all of you in just a little bit, but we know Volusia County, it was unrelenting with the wind and the rain for hours.
Yeah, West 2's Pamela Combe has been there all morning, and we're seeing some of those rising floodwaters behind you. It looks like, though, at least you're getting a bit of a break from the rain that was coming down for hours.
It is, after hours of pounding rain, those gusty winds, we're finally getting a bit of a break from that rain. It's still very windy, but we were finally able to kind of drive around a little bit and look at all the damage and kind of what's going on in the city. We're in downtown Daytona Beach. This right here is Palmetto Avenue. This entire avenue is flooded. This is about a foot of water. The good news is we haven't seen much people drive by here. I will say there are a few cars parked on this road. There is a van a little further down. If you can zoom in, I don't even think you can see the tires from here. So that van is stuck there at least until the water recedes, and that's considering that it wasn't damaged because of the flood waters. But this right here in Palmetto Avenue, this flooding goes all the way down to Beach Street. Further down, and we're seeing a foot of water here in Palmetto Avenue, which is actually a little bit higher ground than Beach Street. So we imagine that Beach Street down there is just in way worse shape. And this isn't the only area in the city that is flooded. The Daytona Beach Fire Department also shared some video of Clyde Morris Boulevard and France Boulevard. They've been driving around the Volusia County Sheriff's Office as well, just making sure everyone is staying safe. They have high water rescue vehicles available. They have FWC and rescue swimmers stationed across the county. That's a Volusia County Sheriff's Office. So now the curfew, there was an 8 a.m. curfew here in Volusia County. It has since been lifted. However, there's a lot of flooding, there's damage, there's roads that were damaged. We have also seen a lot of downed trees. So there is a lot of hazardous things that you can run into if you're out. So they ask you to stay home, to let the officials go out, make the area safe again, so you can once again come out when those bands and this storm finishes passing through the area. Reporting in Daytona Beach, I'm Pamela Coe.
Pamela, I know earlier you had talked about seeing transformers being blown. In fact, you were in a parking garage where it looked like the lights had gone out. What are you hearing about power outages in that area, in addition to all of the flooding that we can clearly see?
There are thousands of people without power all across the county, not only here in Daytona Beach. I mean, this entire block, there aren't any stoplights that are working. There are no businesses open. There are no street lights that are on. This is completely a ghost town. It's completely dark. Well, now it's obviously a daylight outside, but there is not a single light on in this neighborhood and in a large portion of the city and the county.
Wow, okay, well, the images really speak for themselves there. Pamela, thank you. So many reasons to stay off the road this morning, even though the curfew has been lifted. Those roads are one clear example why, but as she also mentioned, power lights are also out. We really need to give time for those power crews to get out there and fix things before people start trying to head outdoors.
And in Lake County this morning, the city of Mount Dora sent out this notice. They are asking everyone in Mount Dora, stay home right now. Just stay inside until they can assess what's going on. It really is your safest bet right now until the professionals can do what they need to do to declare something safe before people can go out.
Wind conditions right now are too high for crews to begin restorations at this time. That is according to the officials there. So a little over 50% of the electric utility customers are without power right now.
We're also seeing road washouts on Wolf Road, and this is in the Round Lake Road area. One lane is completely washed out, according to the city of Mount Dora. Britt Road near Future Farm Road also washed out, and Round Lake Road and Wolf Branch Road flooded and starting to wash out as well. Another reason why they're telling folks, stay home.
A lot of flooded roads as well. We've posted a lot of them in Mount Dora on your screen right now. If you are in and around one of these areas, just take note. It may take some time to get the water off of these streets.
And Sonica, they also, city leaders want people to know that there are downed trees that are blocking roads in these areas here. We've got those intersections pulled up for you on your screen. And we're also seeing some of those images from overnight of the damage that went through this part of Lake County. Just trees and utility poles down in so many different spots.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
All right, we begin this half hour as the sun starts to rise in the wake of Hurricane Milton. Look at the damage happening right there in real time. This is video from the DeLand police. This is a dash cam video, actually, capturing that tree falling on another car. This was as Milton moved through the area, highlighting all of the risks that were out and about as that storm passed by.
I mean, that could have been very different, ended very differently, but you just never know. The winds were gusting like crazy yesterday. Again, we just had those notices from Mount Dora telling people to stay inside just for a little bit longer until we can kind of see what's going on.
But there is some good news during this half hour. As the sun starts to rise, we also know that Milton is finally leaving our coast.
Yeah, and you know, it's images like that that really just put it all into perspective. We have so much rainfall over the past
Sorry,
few days.
Kellyanne, not to cut you off. The governor is speaking for the first time since Milton passed through, so we want to take a listen to what he has to say.
Flooding occurred on the west and east coast, and strong winds lashed the state, especially in Pinellas, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. Over the last 24 hours, heavy rainfall totals upwards of 10 to 15 inches has been observed across much of the Tampa Bay area, Nature Coast, and spreading eastward along north of I-4 corridor towards Sanford. Isolated pockets of up to 18 inches of rainfall were observed in Pinellas and coastal Hillsborough counties. 5 to 10 inches of rainfall has been observed further northward towards Gainesville, along eastern portions of the I-4 corridor, and south of the western I-4 corridor towards Sarasota. Several rivers reached major flood stage, and major flooding continues along portions of the Hillsborough River, St. Johns River, and Little Wekiva River. Water levels are forecast to continue rising along northeast and west central Florida rivers and waterways, with many forecasts to remain within or reach moderate to flood stage over the next day or so. We had over 80,000 people that were into shelters overnight as the storm hit the state. We will better understand the extent of the damage as the day progresses. And you have people that are out there assessing damage right now. First responders have been working all through the night to help people who were in distress. And what we can say is the storm was significant, but thankfully this was not the worst case scenario. The storm did weaken before landfall, and the storm surge, as initially reported, has not been as significant overall as what was observed for Hurricane Helene. Right now, it looks like Sarasota County had the most significant storm surge, likely somewhere between 8 to 10 feet. And remember, with Helene, we had 15 to 20 feet up in Taylor County. Rescue missions have been underway throughout the night. State search and rescue teams report at least 48 individuals have been rescued as of 0630. National Guard search and rescue teams have worked overnight and successfully executed rescues of families and pets on the West Coast and from the destruction of the tornadoes in the central and eastern parts of Florida. The Guard continues to work into the morning and have 31 rescue aircraft operational and hundreds of rescuers engaged in over 125 active missions in 26 different counties. Over 6,500 soldiers are deployed throughout the state. Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission has made land and water rescues in Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Pasco County. The State Guard has also been engaged in search and rescue, assisting with floodwater evacuations as well as damage assessments. There are currently 3.1 million accounts without power. There have been 635,000 restorations since Hurricane Milton hit Florida. The areas that have the most significant outages as of this morning are Hillsborough, 75% out, Hardy, 97% out, Manatee, 82% out, Pinellas, 68% out, and Sarasota, 75% out. Of course, there are 50,000 plus linemen that have been pre-staged. A lot of what they'll do this morning is likely assess the damage and then begin restoration operations very quickly. And we appreciate everybody that's in that fight because that's very important for a lot of people. Cut and toss have begun at First Light by the Florida Department of Transportation. 328 crews are active in the field with over 350 pieces of heavy equipment and trucks. 150 bridge inspectors were dispatched at First Light and have begun performing inspections to open bridges across the impact areas. As I put in my executive order, residents have a right to be back into their homes as soon as the roadways are deemed safe. In Tampa, the Gandy Bridge and Howard Franklin Bridge have been inspected, cleared, and are open, and inspections of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge are underway. There is debris on the Sunshine Skyway as well as the Courtney Campbell, but once that debris is clear, we anticipate those bridges opening later this morning. Other bridges are being opened as soon as the state inspections are completed. The Tampa Airport is repairing minimal damage and should be open no later than tomorrow. Seaports are awaiting Coast Guard channel surveys to reopen waterside, but as of now, our initial assessments is they will likely be able to resume operations very quickly. We still have a lot of school closures for today. I think Floridians should just keep in contact with their local officials about what that's going to be. I would imagine a lot of the schools that were not necessarily in the direct path of the storm will be open tomorrow. It may take a few more days for some of the places that were harder hit. Now, as you survey damage and clean up, please be cautious of hazards. We have post-storm fatalities almost every storm, and a lot of these fatalities are avoidable. So please be cautious of downed power lines. Don't touch them. Don't remove tree debris that may be entangled with downed power lines. Standing water can conceal downed power lines and other hazards, so please be mindful and never walk through storm waters. Standing storm waters can also carry a bacteria that can lead to fatal infections. This type of infection was responsible for a fatality following Hurricane Helene, so please avoid wading through standing water. Please use proper ladder safety. Please use proper generator safety. Do not operate the generator inside your home. It must be outside, a safe distance from doors and windows. Visit Florida's emergency accommodation modules on Expedia and Priceline will remain available for those who are returning to their homes, which were evacuated during the storm and sustained damage or in need of other type of shelter. So these models will continue to provide real-time hotel availability and lodging resources, making the experience easier for users. If traffic lights are out in your area, please drive with caution and treat each light as you would a four-way stop. And also remember, if you're going to use a chainsaw, be very careful with that. We have mishaps on that after every storm. We are extending the Hope Florida line for another 2 weeks at 24 hours, 7 days a week. So if you need assistance or resources post-storm, you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. Hope Florida's Disaster Arm, Activate Hope, is a program designed to help people find help following a disaster, such as a hurricane. So you can call the Hope line. You can also visit the Hope bus, which will be in some of these areas very soon, and there'll be announcements about that. Florida Commerce and the State Emergency Response Team activated the Business Damage Assessment Survey in response to Hurricane Milton. Business owners can self-report physical and economic damage caused by the storm. Businesses can complete the survey online at floridadisaster.biz, floridadisaster.biz. Florida Commerce has also activated the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program. We have $50 million available to Florida small businesses, and it's a zero interest loan, very flexible repayment options. You can apply for loans of up to $50,000 through the program. Loans of up to $100,000 are available for agriculture and aquaculture small businesses, and loans of $150,000 are available for citrus and cattle operations. Again, these are short-term zero-interest loan. You get the cash in your hand. The repayment terms are very flexible. You can apply at www.floridajobs.org/EBL, floridajobs.org/EBL. We've also activated the Florida Disaster Fund for those who want to make tax-deductible charitable contributions that will be used to be able to help Floridians who are in need. And you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org, if you have any questions. We're going to continue to support all remaining rescue missions that are underway and that may be needed in the near future. We'll also continue to assess the damage that was done from the storm. We also anticipate that because of the amount of water, you may see flooding happen not just now, but in the subsequent days. But I think everybody responded very quickly. I'm proud of everybody's hard work. We got more work to do, but we will absolutely get through this. Okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Good morning, everyone. Governor, thank you for your leadership time and time again. I know you and the State Emergency Response Team will lead the charge as we respond to and recover from this storm. Hurricane Milton officially made landfall. As you heard the governor say, the impacts from the storm are still being felt across north and east central Florida, even right now as that last banding train of rain starts to move offshore. Please, especially if you're in the areas, if you're in those areas of Northeast Florida, the East Race Coast, Space Coast, please make sure you're sheltering in place until officials determine it is safe for you to leave. In the first 72 hours after a storm, there is a parallel effort to search, secure, and stabilize the area. As search and rescue missions continue in response to Milton, please do not go out and visit the impacted areas. You will be inhibiting first responders by doing so. Right now, we need those roadways clear for electrical crews, fire crews, EMS crews, urban search and rescue crews. We have 20-something urban search and rescue teams that will move into the area and do a door-by-door search. Even though, as you heard the governor say, this was not the worst-case scenario, we still had damage. And we're going to need to get out there and go door-to-door and make sure that everyone is okay. So please stay off the road. Listen to your local authorities for updates on when it is safe to go outside and when it is safe for you to return to your homes. I know a lot of people evacuated, and we appreciate that. Do not be in a hurry. Check in with your local emergency management agency, your local sheriff's offices to see if they're posting anything on if it's safe to return home. Please make sure you do that. Again, as the governor said, we're going to open up roads and bridges so that you can do so, but there may be extenuating circumstances in the neighborhood level. So please make sure you're checking before you come back home. Major flooding continues along the Hillsborough, St. Johns, and Little Wekiva rivers. I want to take just a moment and just talk about, there is going to be another phase to this particular incident, and that is very similar to Hurricane Ian. We have a lot of rain that has fallen over the central portion of Florida. The St. Johns River basin that comes down into Seminole County, Brevard, portions of Brevard, portions of Volusia County, and on up the St. Johns River. Those headwaters have experienced a lot of rainfall. That river takes about 45 days to completely flush itself out to the Atlantic Ocean. So what we're going to be seeing first is impacts down in the Seminole County and surrounding county area. And then you'll see that move up into Palaca, Weelaca, and then on up into St. John's, Flagler, Clay, Duval counties. So that's going to be a long-term effort when it comes to making sure that people are monitoring the situation on the St. Johns River, as well as the ones that I mentioned, the Hillsborough and the Little Wekiva. Some roadways are flooded, which is not a safe situation for anyone. Please do not attempt to walk or drive through floodwaters. Accidents due to floodwaters are 100% preventable. All you got to do is turn around. If you're sheltered in place or when you return to your home and you're looking at the damages around your home right now, do one thing for us. Take out your phone, take some pictures, inside and outside, all four sides of the house, every room inside the house. What are things that you should be documenting? Make sure you're documenting just the physical damages, but then also, since this was a flooding event, we want to make sure that you capture those, what we call high water marks on your home. Do that inside and outside. For a point of reference, when you're on the outside of the home, make sure you get like the doorknob of the outdoor house. That'll give us a reference, a point of reference on how high that water got. If you're on the inside, make sure you have like an electrical socket or a light switch, or again, a door handle on the inside of your home in the picture so that we can get some type of reference as to how high that water is coming. If you're beginning the cleanup process, please ensure you're wearing the appropriate safety gear. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. As the governor has said, report all of that to your local authorities. Do not cut any lines. Again, we do not need Florida man and Florida woman out there cutting random lines as they go. You don't know what is a cable line. You don't know what is an electrical line. And probably more importantly these days is you don't know what is a fiber optic line. Most of our 911 lines run across fiber optic. We do not want anybody cutting lines. Let the professionals come in here and identify what it is before it's cut. Remember, again, some roads are still dangerous due to flooding, debris, and potential downlines. Do not risk it. Let our crews get out there and get everything back up and running. For assistance after the storm, call State Assistance Information Line. Again, that's information only, 1-800-342-3557. Help is available in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. FloridaDisaster.org/updates for information on the web. And then, of course, follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and Facebook at FDEM. That is the most trusted and fastest source that we have. We have several people helping us out on posting on social media. So that is going to be the best place and the fastest place to get stuff from us. Thank you, Governor DeSantis. Again, as together we will overcome the storm.
Okay. Roger.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Governor DeSantis, for reestablishing and resourcing this state guard so we can deliver critical emergency response capabilities right to the point of need. Working alongside Director Guthrie's, General Haas, and Director Young's and the rest of his state agencies, personnel moving rapidly in order to save lives, rescue our citizens, and minimize human suffering. Throughout the night and this morning, our Special Missions Unit with search and rescue, K-9, paramedic, and swiftwater rescue teams moved throughout the most severely impacted areas between Pasco and Sarasota counties, working with local authorities to provide on-water and overland search and rescue and route assessment capabilities. Our maritime unit is also engaged with FWC with 10 boat teams and high water vehicle teams in order to expand the capacity of the local counties' abilities to conduct waterborne reconnaissance and search and rescue operations. Our aviation unit with Black Hawks and drones with live stream and 3D map rendering capabilities will be conducting air operations today in coastal and inland community areas in order to enable those local authorities to paint the picture and focus their resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we are laser focused on search and rescue operations today.
Good morning, everyone. And I'd like to also thank Governor DeSantis for his unwavering support during these times of critical need. We are fortunate and blessed to live in a state where the governor has such support for state agencies that put Floridians first. I want to also thank DEM Director Kevin Guthrie for his outstanding leadership and support, and his DEM team for their coordination and communication with all state agencies, making us the leading leaders in the nation for emergency response. We're privileged and honored to be a part of that team. Responding to hurricanes and natural disasters is what we do. As FWC officers, we have unique equipment, training, and support from Governor DeSantis and Director Guthrie to be able to provide immediate support in the wake of natural disasters and hurricanes. This is through the use of specialized equipment like shallow draft boats, airboats, swamp buggies, and other equipment to provide high water rescues. And that's exactly what we're doing right now. We have deployed 135 officers teamed up with the Florida State Guard, the Division of Finance Services CUT teams, Florida Ag Law, the Florida National Guard, and the Miccosukee Tribe Law Enforcement, and local sheriff's offices up and down the coast and across the state to provide search and rescue efforts to those in greatest need. Teams with these specialized equipment for search and rescue across the state are hard at work right now. Our search and rescue efforts are ongoing, and so far this morning, we've reported over 42 rescues in several counties. In Pinellas County, we've had so far 7 land rescues, 3 water rescues, several welfare checks. There were 2 arrested for looting for battery on LEO with our teams in the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, and 21 rescued from an apartment building. These rescues started yesterday in the wake of the tornadoes. We had 7 local FWC officers respond to a tornado event where they rescued 6 and evacuated 4, or evacuated by 4x4 vehicles, and also conducted 30 welfare checks. In Pasco County, operations are ongoing, responding to multiple intersections, clearing trees and debris, allowing emergency vehicles to access storm-damaged areas, and responding to calls for service. In Hillsborough County, there are several people assisted from a vehicle in a ditch, 1 pulled from a flooded vehicle, 3 individuals removed from a flooded apartment, and then there was another 100 evacuated at an assisted living facility, and another 20 evacuated from a senior list facility in Tampa. So again, these efforts are ongoing. They're ongoing across the state. Like Director Guthrie said, there is going to be flooding events across the state in central and northern Florida. So please be aware, if you're in a flood-prone area, be aware of this. Our teams will be able to respond and alert all through the state throughout this time. So again, I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his leadership and support. And FWC is here to work with our partners to make sure that the Floridians are safe during this event. Thank you.
So we'll continue with the rescue operations as needed. There's a lot of damage assessments that are going to be going on today. And we're very obviously supportive of the power restoration operations. We're glad that all those folks were staged. And then also just ensuring that fuel is flowing. Hopefully we get our gas stations and big box stores and everything open very quickly. I'd imagine that will likely happen, and just get people back on their feet. And that's going to be our focus. Okay, any questions?
Pinellas County, it's my understanding that deputies there are restricting access into the area. I don't know if you have any insight into that, or
I don't. I mean, we're going to open the bridges. I know a couple of them are open. The other 2, there's going to be debris that are going to be removed, and those bridges will be open for traffic, and Floridians can use those as they see fit. Yep.
Fatalities, has there been a tally yet as to whether?
Not yet. I mean, I know there have been reports. We have not confirmed any. That does not mean there has not been any. There's a process where this happens with the state. I know with the tornadoes, it seems very likely that there were some with the tornadoes. That's the only reports we've received. No confirmations. I imagine there's going to be some confirmations, but it's too soon to tell with respect to the West Coast and the storm surge and everything. So stay tuned on that.
Storm, some Wall Street analysts predicted that Milton's losses could exceed $50 billion. Does the state have any sort of
how the hell would a Wall Street analyst be able to know? It's been dark all day. What, you just going to know that you're going to do? I mean, like, give me a break on some of this stuff. They're doing damage assessments now. They always say this or that or whatever. I mean, what I would say is what I said in the original talkers. We had certain worst case scenarios in terms of going into Tampa Bay. A lot of places in Pinellas County, and they had negative storm surge because it sucked the water out of the bay. So in terms of all that, where you'd see the entire Tampa Bay area underwater, that did not happen. The storm surge, it was most acute in Sarasota. And I think it was a little bit more than Sarasota got for Helene, but it wasn't like so much more. I think it was 8 to 10 feet. Helene, of course, got almost to 20 in Taylor County. And then I think the fact that the storm weakened, I think I'm not saying there's not going to be damage. There will be. It cut across the state in a way that Helene did not. But in terms of just right now, the morning after, if I think back to like Hurricane Ian, I don't think that you're looking at similar amount of damage to Ian. And then with Helene, there may end up being more overall damage. There may not. I don't know. But definitely the surge did not reach Helene levels. I mean, Helene was producing major surge all across the west coast of Florida. And then in the Big Bend, it was just biblical. That was not necessarily what we happened here. Anything north of the storm had minimal surge on the west coast. And it was really kind of that Sarasota, Charlotte Harbor, down into Lee, Collier. But compared to what they had with Hurricane Ian, that is not on the same level. So we'll see. There'll be a lot more that'll need to be done to assess the extent of the damage. But what I think we can say is, we have a lot of resources in play here in Florida to be able to mitigate and get people back on their feet and get the state moving again. I think it's what people want. They want to get back in their homes. They want to see the roads clear. They want to see the bridges reopen. And so that's what our sole focus, so that we get people back.
The areas, Tropicana Field had its roof shattered. It's my understanding that they were relocated on Wednesday.
Yeah, they were relocated. So, I mean, the Tropicana Field is a routine staging area for these things. The roof on that is not rated for, I think it's rated for 110 miles an hour. And so, the forecast changes, but as it became clear that there was going to be something of that magnitude that was going to be within the distance, they redeployed them out of Tropicana. So there were no state assets that were in Tropicana Field. I think Duke also removed all their assets as well. And you look, I mean, the roof is basically, it's like a fabric almost with that. So that was something that we understood and acted accordingly. They were moved before the storm. I mean, and so there was no issue with anything with that.
Main break in St. Petersburg. My understanding is, like, at least earlier this morning, the city had no
Kevin
access
can
to
talk about that. I know he's been engaged in that.
Yep. So about 1:40 this morning, I received a phone call. Woke up, got over here from that building to this building, got over here and started working the issue. Right now, there are several water main breaks throughout Pinellas County, different water systems. Some are municipal, some are county. But what they're doing is they're slowly raising pressure in those lines to actually figure out exactly where the breaks are at. And they're going to start repairing those breaks one by one. You may start to see some things come out of the hospital industry. We have stabilized the hospital situation. There is one active evacuation of a hospital right now. I do not have the name of that hospital. We can certainly get that back to you through our folks. But we have stabilized the water pressure in 4 out of 5 hospitals. From going to continue to closely monitor that throughout the day. But again, one active evacuation going on, but we have stabilized. We have water tankers on site pushing pressure back into the systems. But I think our biggest thing to talk about, or I should say but the biggest thing right now in that Pinellas St. Pete area is going to be the water system. But we're working in conjunction to see how we can support and supplement the cities and the county on what resources they need. We've already dispatched logistical folks into the area. We've sent in engineers on our dime to be as helpful as we can. In one situation, it may be a gasket or a flange. In another situation, it may be a complete water main break. But we stand by ready to support Pinellas and St. Pete and other municipalities to help them get that water back on and running. Because again, power and water are right there together. We can do a lot with power, but we got to have water.
Back to it's the Kinder Morgan Central Florida pipeline system.
Jason, I don't have anything on that particular pipeline system, but I'll find out what I can offline, and we'll close the loop back with you guys. All right.
Will that impact any of the post-storm recovery efforts, given that they're in Jacksonville?
No, well, they're not in. I mean, there's some came from Jacksonville originally. Kevin put them in different places to just ride out the storm and then come back in. So no, it's not going to have any major impacts at all. These are just things you've got to do. I mean, you stage and you figure out kind of how to go. They were staged during Helene there, and it worked well. When the forecast said that it may not make it through with the roof, then they adjusted accordingly. But they're in the fight and they'll continue to do it. Okay, thanks.
All right, you have been listening to Governor DeSantis and Kevin Guthrie there, the executive director of the Florida Division of Emergency Management, update the situation on Milton. And keep in mind, the sun is only just starting to rise. So you heard Governor DeSantis there sort of vehemently impress upon the reporters that there was no way to get an accurate assessment just now of just the extent of damage that is out there. But we do know of the 3.3 million power outages that we had been reporting to you all morning. 635,000 power restorations are already underway. Bridge inspections are underway as well in that Tampa area. And he said that the Tampa airport, although assessing some minor damage to the facility, should be reopening as early as tomorrow. So some good news there. Also, he pointed out that what they thought was going to happen, the extent of damage, did not happen in terms of storm surge in the Tampa Bay area, which is also a huge relief, I think, to the people there.
Yes, he said it was significant, but this was not the worst case scenario that they'd expected. They also drove home the important fact that to be careful after this storm. That's usually when there are a lot of preventable deaths with down power lines and generators, just practicing the safety as you're moving about this morning to assess the damage. All right, stay with us. Our coverage continues.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from West 2.
Milton is moving off, and now the cleanup begins.
People across the region are waking up to the damage left behind. Roadways flooded.
Homes and property damaged.
Yeah, I had this little shopping center here in Cocoa Beach, and it was absolutely wrecked in this storm.
And people in the dark. Now it's all about recovery. Thank you for joining us here at 9 a.m. as we continue to cover what is now the aftermath of Milton as the last bands start making its way off of our state.
Yes, we're still seeing some gusty winds in Brevard County. We checked in with Bob Hazen a little bit ago. Volusia County looks like the flooding is widespread and very bad.
Yes. Yeah. So I've got family there, and a lot of kind of friends of family are reporting significant flooding. And I even had some, and this struck me. One person said, this flooding is worse than Ian. And at least to that person, they flooded during Ian. So that's telling without being able to quite get there yet. You know, we're going to have to do surveys, and certainly we're working to get Chopper 2 in the air to survey once the weather is quiet enough.
It brings up an interesting point. I mean, Volusia County looks like took the brunt of the flooding this time. I was just texting with some friends who live in the Conway area in Orange County. They got 8 to 10 inches in their neighborhood, but they said because it was intermittent, the drains had time to kind of work through it. But we saw in Volusia County, every time we checked in with Pamela Combe this morning, it was raining for hours.
Right. And then in addition to that, we also had not only a significant wind event, but Marquise, it was hours and hours and hours. There were emails and emails of people talking about when is this going to end because it was so bad for so long.
It's just super continuous, right? I think you pointed that out, in which the rain showers didn't stop in Volusia County. That's why we still have waist-high waters, maybe even above that. We were checking out emails, people sending in photos from their window, of course, because they can't get outside, because the second you step outside, you're stepping into those flooding conditions.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the live radar and just kind of get a lay of the land right now. Status update. The good news is the winds are gradually coming down, but that said, rain also coming down, and we have a new flood warning in effect for Volusia and Seminole counties. And we hear the bells and whistles in the newsroom going off, kind of representative of it. So the western areas, it's cloudy, but when I was on Coffee Talk a moment ago, I took a live camera out of the Tampa area where the skies have already gone blue. All right, so there is dry air working in from the west, but at this point in time, you can see this band of very heavy rainfall, and it's this swath of rain that just prompted that flood warning. Downtown Orlando, shower exited, but just off to the east, Bithlo, Christmas, Chuliota, Wedgefield, Lake Mills, I should say, up through Lake Pickett. There's Lake Jessup, driving rain. Just a torrential downpour, and we say it once, we say it many times. The problem with this is that radar during tropical systems, I feel like, undersells what is actually happening. But it's wave after wave of rain here in Deltona, DeLand, pouring rains, and it seems like this is that last bit, so it's just trying to squeeze out all the available moisture in the atmosphere. See how it's just kind of coming to fruition right in there, and that all works down toward DeLand. So we do have a flood warning just posted. It's for 1.5 million people. It's replacing a flash flood warning that was in effect, but it's this entire area, Volusia, Seminole, Orange, parts of Lake County. That goes until lunchtime because this pocket of rain is just training over the exact same spots. And as long as this happens, we are going to add and add and add to the rainfall numbers, which, by the way, we're working on tallying up for you. So in just a couple of moments' time, we'll get those to get an idea of just how much has fallen. But that said, boy, was this a significant storm. For the last couple of days, we said it was going to be right up there with Hurricane Charlie in terms of winds. How did it end up? Marquise Mita.
Well, it definitely crashed the top 5. In fact, it's number 2 on the list. Charlie, 2004, we had maximum peak gusts of 105 miles per hour. Just below that with Milton. 20 years later, 99 was the fastest that we saw. That was across the Ponce Inlet. Also in the top 5, Irma and Ian taking up spots 3 and 4. And those are recent storms from 2017 and 2022. Still breezy, though, along the coast. The gusts haven't subsided. We know that Milton, well offshore, but we still have gusts of 52 miles per hour in Daytona Beach. And you still see the tropical storm force winds across Titusville, Melbourne, and Palm Bay, all sliding in from the north and the northeast currently. Now, with those breezy conditions, the wave heights still remain high across our coastal beaches, but take a look at what's happening well offshore. These wave heights are anywhere between 15 and 20 feet, and it may be a while before they subside. As we press play here, we watch Milton continue to push off towards the east, possibly gaining some heights and waves in which we could see 21 to 25 foot conditions by Friday in the morning. Along the coastline, though, 4 to 8 foot waves are still likely. With those strong rip current risks, we're likely going to carry that storm surge across the rest of the day today and then into Friday as well across Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties. Waves actually don't really subside or come back to their average until the start of the work week. That's when waves begin to fall back to that 1 to 3 foot zone by Monday. Taking a look at the current wind speeds, though, across the region, we still have sustained winds from the north and the west surging across the I-4 corridor, anywhere between 20, maybe even 25 miles per hour. 20 for Kissimmee, 21 for St. Cloud and Bithlo, and you're a little bit quicker as you're closer to the storm along the coastline. We mentioned that there's 3.3 million customers still without power across the state of Florida. Take a look at some of the heaviest hit counties when it comes to power outages. Polk County, over 200,000 customers without power. Those numbers just below that. In Volusia County, where we're still experiencing those heavy rain showers, training, as Eric did mention, 180,000 customers are without the lights turned on and widespread across the state. That's 28% of the entirety of the state of Florida that still has yet to turn on the lights. Out the door, what you're stepping out to right now, if you're in Volusia County, we talked about those high flood conditions, and you should still show temperatures in the upper 60s, 70s. Going to still be dealing with the aftermath of Milton for the next hour or so. That's why we carry the first warning icon through 9 and 10 o'clock. But as we push towards the lunchtime hour, that's when we gradually begin to clear out. We'll see temperatures return to the lower 80s, a cooler day for us after Milton, but the sunshine does eventually return, in which we can go outside and assess the damage.
All right, Marquise, thank you. We know there are a lot of power outages in our state, but the good news is efforts are already underway to restore power. We know 50,000 linemen from as far as California are in our state right now, moving right behind that storm, trying to restore efforts. In fact, I just got a text from some of my friends in Osceola County. But we want to remind you that if you do not have power, we always simulcast whenever we go into wall-to-wall coverage with our radio partner, Magic 107.7, and you can always stream our newscast through the very local app.
A relief to hear that some people are already getting power restored who lost it overnight. And as we are following the impacts of the storm, we are seeing the devastation in other parts of our state. We do want to check in with Alexia Seropoulos from one of our stations. She's down in the Fort Myers area to show us what's happening down there.
We're on Fort Myers Beach in between two restaurants here. We have Nervous Nellie's and Snug Harbor, very popular restaurants. Something that isn't popular is having a boat right beside your dining table. This unfortunately came in during Hurricane Milton. The scariest part of all is we don't know how it got here. We just finished talking with the mayor. He said he knows the owner and it came from a marina down the way. So I want to show you the damage that is with this boat coming through here. Luckily, the restaurant is okay. I will say that. They just have some damage here, just some aesthetic things, I guess. You have this little bit of scratching right here on the walls. Again, here in this storm drain, you have some bending here. So this would sadly have to be replaced. But the good news is the building itself is okay, and it looks like the boat's okay too. So this is one of the biggest things we've seen so far that's out of place here on Fort Myers Beach. I'm Alexia Teropoulos. Back to you guys.
We're going to be seeing so many more images like that, but it just goes to show the power that the storm carried with it as it moved across our state.
Yeah, it also damaged some roads in Volusia County. We were showing you guys earlier some of the flooded out streets, and that's having an direct impact on people getting around.
Well, and we don't want anybody to get out and around this morning. West 2's Christina Watkins is joining us now. Where are we seeing some of the worst damages there?
Yeah, things are pretty bad in Orange City. The fire department said several roads completely washed out or flooded out. You got to look at this for yourself. So this major road is gone. This is 1792 by the West Volusia Dream Center. You see the road just caved in and left this gaping hole, which is so dangerous for anyone, even our first responders. About 5 minutes away from this, firefighters spotted another road that washed out. Check this out. This is on Threadgill Place, right by Lowe's. If you're familiar with this area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But you see the stretch of the road is gone. Those are just two examples of why our first responders beg you to please stay inside until they can assess the damage for themselves. If you look at this picture, this gives you another example. This is pretty bad. This is on Tremont Drive behind Big Lots, less than 10 minutes away from Threadgill. You see the water there, the debris, and the major damage on this road. And then as we give you another view here of 1792, just south of Enterprise Road, this really shows you just how bad the road buckled during Milton. It is terrible. Orange City firefighters and police officers are out right now making those critical evaluations. That stretch of 1792 on Tremont, both north and southbounds, are now closed until they can fix that road. They want everyone to stay inside until they can clean things up. Guys, back to you.
My goodness, Volusia County just took such a beating there, and it was relentless for a while. We want to stay on the coast here, but take you over to Brevard County. This is in Melbourne. Look at the damage at these apartments here. A tree is down, and no, it doesn't look like it's inside of the building. It's
almost
just
snapped in front of it.
Yes. Had to peer into the screen. Our monitors are a little bit small here, but unbelievable. That is a thick trunk there. It just split it right in half.
And we want to take you to some video that NOAA captured showing this storm and just how intense the waves were as it was getting closer and closer to Florida. Hurricane Milton created waves more than 28 feet in height, along with very powerful wind gusts.
Take you over to Daytona again here. This is Lantern Park. And once again, highlighting the need to stay indoors. This is absolutely flooded out. And unfortunately, even where Pamela Combe was in downtown Daytona, all of those locations that Christina just walked us through, showing us immense damage from rising waters.
Just up to mailboxes in some of these neighborhoods and windowsills. Look at the security camera video from a restaurant in Fort Myers Beach. It captured the impact of Milton's storm surge in that region. We just got an update from the governor. The storm surge was a little bit lower than it was for Helene up and down the Gulf Coast, but it was still catastrophic nonetheless, as we can see just how high it got in this video. We want to show you some more video from some of the rescues that we saw overnight. We're getting them into our newsroom to help you put in perspective how intense this storm was.
All right, take a look at this. A mother and her children were rescued from rising floodwaters early this morning in Polk County. The family was trapped inside their home. You saw them waving out of the window. And she says she just had to find a way to get out.
So when it got up when it got up all the way up the window, it got up the window and it started coming in the house from the window and the refrigerator started floating. I turned out the power. Me and my children hopped on the oven. And once we hopped on the oven, I called my mom and told my mom, I think me and my children are about to drown to death. So we have a house that's in front of our house. I literally broke into the neighbor's house and got for higher ground. Me and my children, it was knee deep, but it wasn't waist deep. But I had to literally break into the neighbor's house to get higher level. And thank God I looked out the window. I don't know what told me to look out the window, but I saw you guys and you guys came to save us.
Oh, that's so nice to see. You can see the reporter there lending a helping hand as that family was able to get out from those rising floodwaters. Such a scary situation, but thankfully that mom just stayed level-headed, cool-headed in times of crisis, and that family is safe. In fact, at a shelter right now, recovering. The flooding in Polk County has affected multiple homes like this complex, with longtime residents saying that they have really seen nothing quite like this.
You feel bad for all these families and just knowing that they're not alone. It's been happening to dozens of people across the state. Look at this video of Tampa police. They rescued 15 people, including multiple kids, after a tree fell on a home in that city as they're trying to get people to higher ground and rescue them. Again, we're so grateful for all of the first responders, the paramedics, the police officers, firefighters who have been out and about all across the Gulf Coast region and all across our area as well, responding to calls. Volusia County's curfew has been lifted, but officials want people to stay home for a little bit longer.
There's a reason why, as we've been showing you all morning. West 2's Pamela Combe is joining us from South Daytona now, where we have been showing you scenes of intense flooding. And Pamela, this is something you just got to see to believe.
After hours of rain here in Daytona Beach, we finally got a break. It is still very windy, and now we're preparing for another one of those bands to move through and more rain on the way. But right now we were able to finally take a look around the neighborhood, and the biggest concern here is the flooding. We are on Palmetto Avenue. I would say this is about a foot of water. The entire avenue is flooded all the way down to Beach Street. And what's more concerning is that here we're on a little bit higher ground. Beach Street is actually much lower, so I imagine it's much worse down there. We also are dealing with power outages in this area. We have not seen a single light on in the time that we've been driving around. All the stoplights are off. All the buildings are off as well. There is not a single light on in this neighborhood. And right now, the Volusia County curfew has been lifted as of 8 a.m., but officials are asking people to stay home. They are working to just clean up the area, remove all the trees, because there are a lot of downed trees here in Daytona Beach and around the county. There are also several roads that do have some hazards. So just stay home until the entirety of the storm, until we're in the very end of it. It's for your safety, so stay out of the roads. And we'll be keeping an eye on things out here for the time being. We're going to be heading over to another neighborhood where we hear there might be water in people's homes. So we, of course, will update you right here on WESH when we have more. Reporting in Daytona Beach, Pamela Combe, WESH 2 News.
Okay, and quick clarification here. We were told she was joining us from South Daytona. That is very clearly downtown.
She's heading to South Daytona.
Yes. Yeah, but that was a look at the downtown area there, which it's hard to put into words, Eric and Marquise, what we're seeing in some parts of Volusia.
The problem is these tropical systems, by their very nature, are just so moist. And it seems like for the last couple of years, we've had one every 2 years that just wants to put a significant amount of rainfall down. It was Ian a couple of years ago, and then here we are with Milton. The difference between Ian and Milton is that Milton threw in a longer and higher amount of wind too.
Yeah, we weren't necessarily too windy. I don't know. I'd say this one still had some significant wind, actually. We had some fast moving winds across the Ponce Inlet, right? But when it made landfall, I'd say a category 3. What was Milton when it made landfall?
Well, Milton made landfall as a
sorry.
category 3.
What was Ian when it made landfall?
Hurricane Ian made landfall, I believe, as a 4, if memory serves, but it was further south. It was borderline 4 and 5 in Southwest Florida. So it was a further south trek up the peninsula.
So question for you guys to kind of put things in perspective, because, you know, we're hearing from folks in Orange County. They're grateful that, you know, water has receded already, or it wasn't too bad in their neighborhood. But then, you know, the same system that was passed across the state just kind of dumped all that rain on Volusia. They never really got a chance to take a break. So how could the same system have different impacts on so many different aspects of our viewing area?
Well, first off, it's spinning, right? So if you find a pocket of energy, it's going to spin around. So it may miss one spot, but rotate around and hit you. And I made this analogy earlier, and maybe it's a terrible analogy, but as the storm came in, it was like an ice cream cone. You had your stacked ice cream, but as it's weakening, it starts melting. Think of that as the wind field, tight and powerful, but as it's moving in, it's melting. It's broadening out in size, but it's not as powerful. So it changes as it moves across the peninsula. And here we are just looking at some of these rain numbers. Now, Doppler radar is showing spots with even higher amounts, but along the Flagler-Volusia border, we got almost 15 inches of rain in Lake Mary, Seminole County, 13.5 plus inches of rain. Orange City, West Volusia County, 13 inches of rain, and just under a foot here in Ponce Inlet. So yeah, it was a significant rainmaker, and very clearly there's a little corridor there through Volusia and even into Seminole counties. At this hour, Hurricane Milton, still a hurricane. Now, looking at the satellite presentation, Florida certainly took its toll. Winds are down to 85. 74 is a minimal hurricane. So it's still a category 1. Pressure's up. It's accelerating its forward motion, which is great for us. Get out of Dodge. There's the actual location now. By 2 o'clock this afternoon, expected to be just a bit further out. And then it actually loses tropical characteristics overnight tonight. And as it pulls away further, it will continue to rough up our surf, but it pulls away and it lets us return back to normal here in Central Florida. And while we're gradually getting there, here's a live look outside on one of our cameras. This is a weather stem camera. This is Daytona Beach out near the beach safety building, if you're familiar. And you can see the palm trees they're swaying, but earlier they were really bending as we were getting those 80, 90 mile per hour winds. At this point, it's gusty, but our damaging wind threat is certainly coming down here across our area, which is certainly great news. I mean, it's definitely still a crummy day, no doubt about it. That said, though, it was a significant hurricane. We said that this was going to be, and it in fact was, the strongest winds from a hurricane Central Florida has gotten in 20 years. Here's meteorologist Marquise Mita with some of those numbers.
Milton has broken records all across its path. It was one of the fastest intensifying hurricanes that we saw. Also one of the breeziest that we've seen here in Central Florida as well. As you mentioned, Eric, we had wind speeds of 105 miles per hour with Charlie just about 20 years ago. The Ponce Inlet, that's number 2 on the breeziest storm that we've seen here in Central Florida. Across the Ponce Inlet, we saw 99 mile per hour wind gusts. Marineland, you were just shy of that 92. I think we have a tower cam from Marineland coming up. Daytona Beach, where we're still showing those flooding conditions across Volusia County, 87 mile per hour winds. And just below that was the Orlando International Airport in Sanford as well. Still ongoing across our coastal communities, we do have a storm surge warning in place. That's across Flagler, Volusia, and parts of Brevard counties, where that storm surge could still be between 3 and 5 feet. We're likely going to continue to carry this all the way into Friday coming up. So a last look at the tropical advisory. As you see, if you're west of Brevard, Volusia, and Flagler counties. Well, Flagler, you're actually in the tropical storm warning. Looks like Lake Orange, Seminole, and Osceola County, you're still under that warning too. New advisories are going to be out at 11 o'clock, and we'll see what's taken off of the list. But for the moment, still under a hurricane warning across Volusia and Brevard counties as Milton does pull continuously into the Atlantic. What is pulling back across the coastline, though, still breezy conditions. Here's a look at some of the recent wind gusts that we've seen. Still tropical storm force winds all the way from Palm Coast down to Palm Bay with gusts between 35 and 45 miles per hour. So we're trying to get away from the breeze, but you see our tower cam at Marineland is still shaking left and right. We still have the rough sea conditions, and we mentioned that storm surge warning that will remain in place tonight. Taking a look at futurecast, we see hour by hour that the winds are trying their best to subside. We're trying to get out of the way of the rain. Here we are at 11 o'clock coming up. Still showers across our coastline in Palm Coast, across Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach as well. Eventually, those we continue throughout the afternoon and into the evening. We do watch the rain pull offshore. The breezes come down. We'll get rid of all those warnings for you tonight. And here's a look at where Milton is now, pushing towards the north and the east across the open waters of the Atlantic. So we're still going to be dealing with Milton's tropical storm force winds across our coastline for the rest of the morning, most likely. Then we'll gradually begin to see those conditions subside as we step into the evening. And then as we head into the weekend, it's back to your typical Florida weather. We're back in the mid 80s with sunshine on Saturday and Sunday.
All right, we saw how bad the flooding was in Volusia County. We know that parts of Orange County that tend to flood also flooded during this storm.
Now Orange County first responders are working on rescues. West 2's Spencer Tracy is taking us to Orlando near the UCF area.
We're here near Riverdale and Buck Road, where I'm at the beginning of this water, and it's all the way up to my ankles. But back there is a complete different story. And we know that there's a lot of townhomes and people that live back there. And you can even see the water is all the way up to the mailboxes, even that trash can out there. Just so much water has formed. It almost looks like a river, a lake out here in this area. And we've spoke to a couple neighbors that tell us that this area is prone to flooding. They had flooding back in Hurricane Ian. They said this whole area flooded and even worse. So they definitely were expecting this when they heard so much rain. We actually saw two people kind of make their way through these waters. They went all the way up to their chest. We know that the Orange County Fire Rescue was here trying to see if anyone needed to be rescued. And they did say on their Facebook page that everyone was okay and didn't want to leave their homes. But it's important, if you do see flooding like this, to report it, not to drive through. And officials are really saying it's important not even to walk through, because you just never know maybe what's in this water or how high it could go. Some parts could drop off. But right now, what we're still seeing, the rain continuing to go down. The flooding can continue, but this area definitely has a lot of water here. For now, I'm reporting near Orlando. I'm Spencer Tracy, West 2 News.
Obviously not something that we would recommend doing, but it certainly brings it into perspective again, how high the waters are when they walked through it.
Oh, I feel terrible. You don't know where people have to go. Maybe it's so bad in their house that they have to get to someplace else, but man.
All right, we do want to take you a little bit further south. So this is in the Sarasota area, Punta Gorda, where you can see so much debris littering the roadways here. But again, as we're talking about storm surge, it looks like whatever happened to breach a seawall in this area was not enough to flood the roadways here.
And looking at this video, Sonica, it looks like some of that water has already retreated, because some of the steps of that building,
right.
You can see just how high up it went, because you can see some the branches and the debris there. All right, let's go to Hillsborough County now, where this massive sinkhole opened up in the middle of this neighborhood. They've got it roped off with all that yellow police tape. You can see the neighbors checking out the damage that was done there. Sometimes this happens after a lot of rain falls. Sinkholes are a common occurrence in Florida, but this is huge. Like, at least from this video and the vantage point that we're seeing in it, ginormous. And that's the only word I can use to describe it, because it looks so big.
Yeah, ginormous is the perfect word for it. Police rescued people who were trapped in an apartment complex amid flooding in Clearwater. In fact, yes, take a look here. The video zoomed out just a little bit to show you that they're actually trying to rescue people here in rafts, because the streets were so flooded that was the only way to reach what looks to be a second-story apartment. That first story is the garage. You can see that has been boarded up. And then that second story was where they were rescuing those people from. Again, we see video like this in the aftermath of storms. But look at that car with the trunk open just behind the canoe. That entire car, almost to its ceiling, completely filled with water. We know it happens, but to see it happen, wow.
And, you know, these families are in a neighborhood. Oh, look at it. Some of these are almost up to the roof. There's no escaping it at that point. You feel bad seeing all these videos, and we've seen them in neighborhoods in our area too for previous storms. Let's take you back up to Volusia County and show you some of the damage that we saw in
Holly Hill. One of our viewers sent this to us earlier this morning. You can see just debris scattered all over their home after an opening there in their roof. Just a terrible scene. And we know that Volusia County took the brunt of this storm as far as damages, at least as far as we've seen so far. We're still checking in with our reporters and photojournalists who are scattered all over the area. But to have a tree or any projectile coming into your home like that and then have that gaping hole and then waiting to figure out when you're going to fix it and then dealing with all the aftermath, that's what folks are dealing with.
Yeah, and they just took such a beating from both rain and wind.
Yeah.
No telling what exactly caused the hole in that roof. It could have just been incessant rain that happened to just soak through and punch a hole there, or wind was ripping off shingles over there on our coast as well. All right, let's take you back a little bit further inland towards Seminole County. This is in Winter Springs. And again, rising floodwaters here. And keep in mind, there were flash flood warnings in several locations across Central Florida. Many of them did expire at 6 o'clock this morning. But these images that we're showing you right now are why they even went into effect. There are a lot of low-lying areas that tend to fill up with water even during normal summer afternoon rain showers. And we were already so saturated as Milton approached our state. Scenes like this were almost inevitable, as sad as it is to say.
We want to stay in Seminole County, but this time we want to take you to Altamont Springs, and you can see a wire came down, caused those flames there in the distance with a tree, creating some issues for folks in that area. And you can see that road was flooded out as well. When we see images like this is why officials are warning all of us not to go out just yet. And if you are going out, to be mindful, because you don't know if there are downed lines mixed in with the trees or in any of this water, the standing water that we're seeing in neighborhoods all over Central Florida.
Heard in the last hour, Governor DeSantis ensure that crews are going to be moving into affected areas as soon as it is safe to do so, as the wind dies down and floodwaters recede, to try and restore power to some of the hardest hit areas. So that effort is already underway, with 635,000 people already seeing power restored. We made you a promise from the start. We're going to be here with you until Milton fully leaves our area. Our coverage continues right now.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
All right, it's almost 9:30 on this Thursday morning, the day after this storm has come through. Yeah, this is a dash camera video that we got from DeLand Police. They were following behind that car on the road, and that tree branch came crashing down, did some damage to that car right through the windshield. Again, another reminder of why you don't want to be driving around during severe weather, because this was yesterday afternoon when a lot of those warnings were popping off, when all of our phones were blowing up about the tornado warnings all over Central Florida. So we thank you for staying with us for another half hour. I'm Sheldon Dutez alongside Sonica Donge, Eric Burris, and Marquise Mita.
And as you join us here this half hour, we are in sort of the aftermath.
Yeah.
We're shifting more to
Right.
the aftermath status of this Hurricane Milton is now slowly moving offshore, but man, has it really dug its claws into the East Coast.
Well, and from landfall to exiting, the winds were gusty, but they also were changing direction. And I'm really, really glad that we showed that video, because my paramount concern is that these trees, they may have been weakened in the storm and then still succumb to that at some point. And I could tell you, there are fatalities from every year from trees falling on folks traveling after storms. So just because anything hasn't fallen yet does not mean that we're good and in the clear. I mean, Marquise, it's still gusty, less than it was, but there are still gusts from time to time.
It definitely breezy across the coast, especially where we have those training rain bands in Volusia County. We have tropical storm force winds of 35 miles per hour or even greater.
And that's why we're still under tropical storm and hurricane warnings in parts of Central Florida, right? So let's look outside and see what the radar is like right right now, okay? Our western areas still breezy, but those tropical bands have exited your area. Our live radar showing, though, still pockets of heavy rainfall across about the eastern half. And I would add that it's these areas that are still under hurricane warnings because hurricane conditions are possible here. So let's take you into Flagler County, where we're kind of developing new downpours along the shoreline and transporting them right through the county. But Flagler Beach down through about Holly Hill and Ormond Beach, Painters Hill, watching those heavy downpours. It's still raining in DeLand along the St. Johns. This is certainly not an area that needs more rainfall. For Deltona, maybe a bit of a break, but we've already seen some significant rains through there. That continues to train down into Chuliota, Bithlo, around Wedgefield, eventually down into Holapaw, and even here into Brevard County. It's just still raining torrentially. Even though it's green, and during any other day, green would just be like a nice downpour, but tropical rains are a whole other flavor of things. We still have a flood warning in effect. It includes 1.5 million people. This goes until lunchtime, essentially for Brevard, Orange, Seminole, and Volusia counties. It's this area here because creeks and little tributaries and estuaries, all little bodies of water, they're backing up. They're taking all of this water that we've had and they're piling up. So because of that, we're already seeing road closures and all of the like. Look at how much rain. I mean, just by looking at our wide view, these purples and whites, that's the corridor of significant rainfall. Daytona Beach, Doppler radar indicating about 11 inches, a foot or so around South Daytona, where we are hearing of flooding. But look along 415 out near Lake Ashby, Osteen, Samsula area, 13, 14 inches of rain here, 10 inches around DeLand. Look into Seminole County, 10, 11 inches of rain there, nearly a foot in Apopka. Claremont about 10 inches and about 1/2 foot back over toward the Villages. So it has been a very, very significant rain event across Central Florida, but it's also been a very gusty one too. And you combine all of this together, and unfortunately, so many of us are without power. Here's meteorologist Marquise Meada.
Thank you, Rick. I think out of the 11.5 million customers surveyed widespread across the state of Florida, we have over 3 million customers without power. So across the state, 29% of us are still without the lights on. Now, some of the heaviest communities that were hit here in Central Florida are where we saw those first few tornado warnings yesterday. We're talking about Polk County. 200,000 customers still have yet to turn on the lights after Milton has passed by, and those numbers are just below that in Volusia County. 180,000 customers are still without power at the moment. So 3 million across the state, and it's been the combination of the rain, as Eric mentioned, and these breezy winds, still showing tropical storm force gusts above 35 miles per hour in parts of Flagler County, 39 mile per hour conditions across Palm Coast, Daytona Beach, your fastest winds in recent time, 41 mile per hour conditions. And we just moved above that tropical storm force gust in Titusville and Melbourne, 35 and 36 mile per hour winds from the north and the west, still super breezy. And that's why we have these wave heights as high as they are. Offshore, 20 feet conditions right now. Close to the shoreline, though, wave heights are anywhere between 4 and 8 feet. And that's because Milton is pulling away, and what it's pulling along with it are still strong and gusty wind conditions. So as we take you through time and with your forecasted wave heights, it's going to be a while until the waves subside to their seasonal average. We're still showing 4 to 8 foot conditions over the course of the weekend, close to the shoreline, anywhere from Jacksonville all the way down to Miami, as a matter of fact. So all across our East Coast, the waves remain high. We're going to carry that storm surge warning likely till Friday across Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties. And it's not going to be until Monday that we start to see the waves come down to 1 to 3 foot conditions across the shore. So current sustained winds still showing above 20 mile per hour speeds through Kissimmee, St. Cloud, Bithlo, Daytona Beach, 22 miles per hour from the north and the west there, having temperatures in the upper 70s. So warm in Daytona. Some of us, though, waking up to temperatures in the upper 60s, like the Villages, Leesburg, Claremont, Kissimmee, 69 degrees across the board. And as we go through time, we are still going to show the impacts of Milton across our coastal communities. Still rainy in Flagler and Volusia counties, but eventually the rain does subside. Sunshine begins to peer out as temperatures remain cool. We're back in the mid 70s by 7 p.m. Still sunny, though, and we'll carry that sunshine into the upcoming weekend where we can continue to assess the damage from Milton coming up.
All right, Marquise, we appreciate that. Strong winds and flooding are lingering concerns right now, even though the radar doesn't show any rain falling as Milton leaves our area.
Well, flooding is an especially concerning issue near our waterways. West 2's Dave McDaniel is in Seminole County at the Sanford Riverwalk.
Water covering Seminole Boulevard in Sanford. Most of it rainwater combined with lake water driven over the seawall over Lake Monroe because of the winds of Milton. Milton was blowing wind incredibly hard from the north, driving the lake water over the top of the seawall. Covering here, you can see here on the Riverwalk itself, there's water. Out on Seminole Boulevard, there's water. But interestingly, now that the rain and the wind has slacked off some, now the water is starting to drain back off of Seminole Boulevard, back down across the Riverwalk, and back out into the lake where it belongs. Obviously, we've got a few little small branches here and a lot of debris on the Riverwalk. As we drove into Sanford this morning, we saw some trees down along the Riverwalk. There's, of course, heavy rainfall, driving wind the whole way. There's a street in Sanford, Rosalia, that had some water on it. A viewer sent us some video of that situation. But for the most part, Lake Monroe itself, it's probably going to get to moderate flood level by, say, Monday. But presently, it is not over the seawall. Lake Monroe itself is not flooded. The flooded street is because of the heavy wind, the heavy rain, driving water onto the road. And again, as things start to dry out, as the sun comes up, things ought to rectify themselves, but people will have a lot of cleanup, of course, because Milton did a number on Central Florida. Reporting in Sanford, Dave McDaniel, West 2 News.
All right, Alina Lee, a meteorologist from our sister station, was in Tampa.
And taking a look at the conditions and shows us what it looks like there. Alina, you've been reporting throughout the morning and you've seen the gradual changes. What's happening right now? We can see that devastation behind you.
Yeah, absolutely, you guys. Right now, we're in front of the historic Crest building in downtown Tampa. So if you guys are familiar with the company here, you know, of course, this is a building from the 20s. And all of this brick and, of course, concrete and even the metal came from the top of this building. As my photographer pans upwards, you can see where all of the brick kind of just crumbled off the very top edge of it, and it almost looks like it won't take more than maybe a 30-40 mile per hour gust to even probably take off even some more bricks here. So this could be a dangerous place to be if we were expecting some stronger winds. Thankfully, those have died down, and I just want to give you a visual here. Like this brick, maybe only 3-4 pounds, but there are hundreds of these just scattered all over the area, and thick concrete along with the metal that you might notice here that has been bent around the base of this tree, with those tree limbs that have been broken and snapped off because of all the brick kind of coming down from strong winds from Milton last night. So this is certainly going to be one of the harder hit spots that I've seen so far this morning. I know earlier when we spoke, it was still too dark to tell. All we noticed were that there were some tree limbs and branches and maybe a little bit of ponding, but certainly no flooding concerns, at least in this area. Thankfully, all of that water has pretty much dried up. Of course, now the winds are relaxed as well. So there's still a lot to be done here, and we'll bring you more updates if we notice any more damage. But this is probably one of the harder hit areas in downtown Tampa. And of course, live for you guys this morning, I'm meteorologist Alina Lee. I'll send it back to you.
Alina, we can see that the sun is out, such relief for people as they head out and start to look at some of the damage that maybe they sustained in that area. I'm curious, how did you fare overnight when that storm was making landfall?
Sure. Well, my photographer and I were very fortunate to be able to kind of hunker down and stay with a bunch of people with our sister station at WMOR. So we were there overnight. We did manage to peek outside, though, and kind of take a visual for ourselves and experience it firsthand. When Milton was making landfall, the winds were very strong. We saw very heavy rain, of course, and even some, wind up to 70 miles per hour. The building that we were in may have lost power for a brief moment, but the generators have managed to work and get the power back up and running. So we didn't really run into too many issues. So we were very fortunate for that, for sure.
Oh, that's great.
Alina, we appreciate all the updates that you've been giving us all week long and all throughout the morning this morning. Thank you. A lot of people are kind of curious. They want to get outside and see what kind of damage was left behind now that the sun is up. We do want to warn you that officials are encouraging people to stay inside just in case, because you don't know what's out there.
No, the winds certainly did pick up in Brevard County this morning after a tornado possibly ripped through the area yesterday. West 2's Bob Hazen has a look at Milton's aftermath in Cocoa Beach.
This street, St. Croix Avenue, is about the worst hit in Cocoa Beach. This house right here, in fact, you can see the siding was ripped off, the roof on the back torn apart as well. There's a lot of damage to the side of it, to the garage. If you go around here, all of these houses have some amount of damage to the tiles. And then over here on this side of the street, you can see a piece of a roof that's fallen on against this truck. The house itself has a hole in the roof and the siding, and the house next to it also has a pretty large hole that was punched into it by the storm. Again, this is about the worst damage that we've seen in Cocoa Beach. We did talk to the mayor. He says no one was hurt out here in this storm, but again, this does look like the worst damage caused by a possible tornado. And I talked to a man who said he was looking out his window when he saw that tornado start coming through.
I was actually in the bathtub upstairs, and I was looking over the water, and the next thing you know, I started seeing metal hitting my house and flying over the top of it. And I'm going, what the heck is going on? And the palm trees were like sideways.
Again, the most important thing here, we are told that no one was hurt when the storm came through this neighborhood, but obviously a lot of rebuilding for these folks to do. Reporting in Cocoa Beach, Bob Hazen, West 2 News.
Recovery efforts just getting started for so many in Central Florida.
Yes, and it's still early in the process. A lot of assessment does have to be done today, but just so far, initially, it seems like Volusia County took the worst of the damage so far as flooding and wind.
West 2's Pamela Combe is joining us now from South Daytona, where we've seen parts of the area are just completely underwater.
They are underwater. Several neighborhoods are flooded. We've been driving around and it truly is devastating. We are in this neighborhood right now in South Daytona. This is right on Magnolia Avenue and Big Tree Road. Water rescues are happening right now, right as we speak. We've saw water rescue vehicles go in, safety deputies, police. They're all trying to pull these people out of these homes. They tell us the calls started coming in. This is according to South Daytona Police at 4 a.m. this morning, but operations were grounded, so they couldn't get to these homes until 7:30 a.m. And now they have about 16 homes that they're trying to get to right now. If you go further down and even on the other side, there's even more equipment and more people here trying to pull these people out of these homes. And they say that they are trying to prioritize elders and people with disabilities. Once they're pulled out of here, they're going to be taking them over to a shelter. I don't know if you can see, but right down there is some people in a kayak and some sort of a boat, and it looks like they're trying to drag them over here to safety and to dry land. But it's just devastating to see, and the water in people's homes. And South Daytona PD did tell us that this flooding is worse than what they saw during Ian, which is, I think, crazy and something that a lot of people weren't expecting or even prepared for. So we're going to be out here continuing to monitor everything that's going on. They do say that the biggest issue they're running into right now is that because there is no power in the area and the stoplights are out, there's a lot of people on the road that aren't respecting emergency responders and emergency vehicles. So staying home really is the best and safest way to make sure that everyone who is in trouble gets the help they need. Reporting in South Daytona Beach, I'm Pamela Combe.
Pamela, I have to ask you, we had been checking in with you all morning, and every time we checked in with you, it just kept raining and raining and raining. And we've been getting a lot of viewer emails from people who are in Volusia County as well, describing how incessant, how emotionally exhausting it was. Can you kind of give us your perspective?
Yeah, if I heard you right, I mean, this has been just a really tough couple of hours for this community. I mean, these flood levels are rising. These are getting into people's homes. It's been raining. It's been windy. We finally got a little bit of a break, but we do know that more rain is on the way. So I think everyone's just trying to handle the best they can, but it's tiring. I mean, after a while of having this pounding rain for so long, I think all you want is just some sunshine and some dryness. So I'm happy we finally got a little bit of that, but I know there is still a little bit more on the way.
And it looks like people are pulling out the boats there in Volusia County.
To try to get around. But I mean, some of these neighborhoods are that flooded that's the only way to get around. Beats wading around and it like up to your hips.
Because you don't know. I mean, water moccasins, alligators,
down power lines,
not to mention any bacterial things that could be in the water.
The governor did point that out. They said there could be deadly bacteria in some of that water. So,
and that's not a joke. Like, seriously, these become petri dishes real quick. So you don't need to go out and you don't need to Florida man this. Like, don't go take a pool raft and go out in the water and put it up on Instagram, because that's a dangerous combination.
Absolutely. Businesses are closed. People are off from work because of this event. So there's no reason to go outside, right?
Yeah.
Just stay inside. You can take photos from your window if you want to.
But it makes you wonder, like, is the water that high in their homes and like they're just, desperate to get out? We don't know everything that's happening.
And just behind Pamela's live report there was an emergency management vehicle, some sort of a first responder. Did you see they had some sort of an inflatable boat behind that they were moving around? So certainly the helpers are already out. They're doing what they need to do. So if you're in a situation where you need help, contact 911. We'll start there, okay? Let me take you through the last 12 hours or so. Milton made landfall along Florida's Sun Coast as a Category 3 hurricane, and it was that real intense band of rain that started moving in. The storm surge was worst on that right side, on the southern side of the hurricane. But overnight, this moved into our area, and around midnight, we were getting hurricane conditions right through the tourist district into the metro area. Milton stayed south of us. I had a couple of people ask, did the eye go over my house? And if you live in like Polk or Osceola counties, even Brevard County, it's possible that the center of circulation did. For most of us, though, what ended up happening is there was a little ribbon of dry air that kind of enveloped as Milton spread out the wind field and the rain field. So it stayed a Category 2, Category 1 storm through our southern areas, basically went right over the Kennedy Space Center, and then now has continued to move out to sea. And the good news is this swath of rain, little by little, is clearing our area as well. The last update from the Hurricane Center was the 8 a.m. intermediate advisory, keeping it as a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 85 miles an hour, expected to gradually weaken and lose tropical characteristics, which is fine. We don't want any of that anymore. Meanwhile, back here at home, I got to show you this. This is Ocala. We've got the deck of clouds over us, but just a few moments ago, looking at some of the live cameras that still have power and internet connection over on the West Coast, and there's blue sky. There's blue sky right around the corner. And as Pamela had mentioned, it's been a rough couple of hours for the community she's in there in Volusia County and for all of Central Florida. But I'm so grateful to say that while, yes, Central Florida took a hit, Central Florida is going to get back up on its feet because the sun comes out. Neighbors will be helping neighbors. And within just a couple of days, hopefully we'll be able to start recovering. That said, though, it has been a very impactful couple of days. And before the hurricane even made landfall, the weather got very, very active. Here's meteorologist Marquise Mida.
Eric, you hit the nail on the head. We saw that severe weather begin to spike up in the afternoon. I believe we had our first tornado warning in Polk County right around the 2 o'clock hour. From that point moving forward, the National Weather Service offices in Miami, Tampa, and Melbourne, this is our area here in Central Florida, did record 126 tornado warnings, 42 from the National Weather Service office in Melbourne, and they confirmed 9 tornadoes so far. We're going to still go out and assess the damage, but this is just a staggering number, putting into perspective how severe the weather was. We were also super breezy. It's one of the strongest windstorms that we've seen here in Central Florida as in regards to peak wind gusts. I believe that the only one that peaked above this was Charlie back in 2004. So 20 years ago, we did have a stronger storm, but the Ponce Inlet, you guys' recorded wind gusts were just below 100 miles per hour, 99 to be exact. Marineland, where we have a tower cam still continuing to shake left and right. Wind gusts did register 92 mile per hour conditions. Daytona Beach, Orlando, Sanford, you guys were just at or above 80 miles per hour. So still strong Category 1 force winds, nearly all up and down the I-4 corridor. And across our easternmost communities, we're still dealing with storm surge warnings in place, where that storm surge could be anywhere between 3, maybe even 5 feet at its highest as we watch Milton continue to taper off into the Atlantic. Your tropical warnings and advisories do include a few tropical warnings across Lake Seminole, Orange, and Osceola County, hurricane warnings for Brevard and also Volusia County, as we still see Milton as a Category 1 offshore. We'll get the new advisory list at 11 o'clock and see which counties are taken off, but across the coast, we're still considerably breezy. Here's a look at your most recent wind gust, 39-mile-per-hour conditions in Palm Coast. Daytona, you just had a registered wind gust of 41 miles per hour coming in from the north, still wrapping around Milton. And across Brevard County, we still have some tropical storm force gusts in Melbourne and Palm Bay, 35 and 43 miles per hour. Breezy where we're dry, though, 17-mile-per-hour gusts in Wildwood and Claremont from the north and the west. Here's that tower cam that we mentioned. It's tough to see. You see the haze off in the distance, the spray going on. The waters are still angry across Marineland and Flagler County, where we have that storm surge warning. So as we take you hour by hour, we notice the clouds overhead across our westernmost communities. Rain, though, still throughout Flagler and Volusia counties. We're trying our best to have that rain taper off. It won't be until the afternoon that we see those last few showers get squeezed out. And as we taper off the rain, it looks like we're tapering off our winds as well. Wind speeds do subside. We're below tropical storm force strength later in the afternoon. Then across the evening, wind gusts are between 10, maybe even 20 miles per hour as we're trending cloudy for the rest of your Thursday night. Friday, though, we welcome the sunshine back here in Central Florida. That's a trend that we carry into the weekend as temperatures gradually start to increase. We'll be in the low and the mid 80s Saturday and Sunday, and we carry some warmer weather into the upper 80s as we start off your work week on Monday.
All right, we're getting a look at some of the impacts of the storm all across our area. Right now, we're taking a look at some video from Lake Helen in Volusia County. Wow. That woman and her dog,
Just barely.
they got
Chilling.
inside just in time. This is just so concerning because how many times have we all taken our dogs out in the yard, never thought twice about it? And then for
watch
that
this.
to happen,
Oh my goodness.
yikes, that hits home for me because I've got some tall trees on my property that I've been mindful of for a while, but yeah.
And we knew that there were some very strong gusts. Eric and Marquise and Kellyanne here on our morning shift has been warning. They've all been warning about that. They've all been tracking these strong gusts. And this is why it gets so dangerous to be out and about.
Thank God they're okay though. Like, I mean, they just barely missed it.
Yeah, we want to take you now to Orange County. We know members of the fire rescue there were out already starting to perform some water rescues because of rising floodwaters. During Hurricane Milton, they were waiting there. It looked like knee-deep water, but we've seen other places in and around our inland areas, almost chest-deep water. And a lot of those areas are going to have to wait quite some time for all of that water to recede. Yeah. Oh, actually, excuse me. That is almost waist-deep waters that they were having to wade through.
All right, let's take it to another part of Orange County. This is in Gotha, just near Ocoee and Windermere area. One of the viewers there sent us this picture measuring 13 inches of rain that fell in that area. So, wow. I mean, it's just crazy to see.
I want to take you over to our coast now. We know that there were a lot of tornado warnings that were in effect. And Marquise Mita was talking about how there were 9 confirmed tornadoes. I want to check in with Sarah Mankiewicz, who has damage from one of them.
Well, the damage is just sad to see out here in North Fort Myers. I mean, we have got house after house that has been destroyed. For starters, you can take a look at this one that's in the middle of this circular street that we've got here. You can see that the roof is just completely been blown off over here, and all of this in their yard. Take a look at all the insulation, pieces of their roof, plywood. There's just so much going on. And you can see also across the street there, that is actually the roof from the home I was just showing you. It blew right over and into this neighbor's driveway that's right here. You can see that the garage has been completely bent in, and then all of the debris that is just lined up on that house that is even next to this one. And so it is just going around. We have seen lanais that have been completely blown off with just that are open now, garages that have been bent in, and it is just a bunch of destruction and debris that's out here. For now, I'm in North Fort Myers. Sarah Mankiewicz, back to you.
Oh my goodness, from coast to coast, Fort Myers and over in Palm Beach County in Fort Pierce, we saw a lot of damage from tornadoes. Okay, this is Tropicana Field. A lot of us recognize this very iconic structure there in St. Pete, but take a look at the damage. The roof completely ripped off because of the very strong winds. This picture actually from the nighttime hours was circulating on social media. Now that the sun has come up, we're getting a better idea of just the extent of the damage here. This stadium, by the way, was housing thousands of first responders. It is a staging area, as Governor Ron DeSantis said, that is usually used for these first responders. Before this damage occurred, though, he did confirm all of it had been moved out.
Okay, glad to hear that because I mean, they were there to go help out people who were impacted by the storm, and then they ended up getting impacted by the storm. It just goes to show you how it doesn't discriminate. It's just wherever it's going to go, it's going to go. All right, we do want to pass along an update from OIA. Emergency crews stayed at the hospital last night, and right now they are doing damage assessment. That you're going to go around the tarmac, they're going to go around the airport and see how the storm impacted the airport. Once they're done with that, and once they get all the information that they need, the airport says that they will start back up the passenger flights. We know some people have been visiting from out of town. They're anxious to get back home. Other people are anxious to leave and get back out of town. But as soon as the emergency crews there at the airport have finished assessing any possible damage from the hurricane, Orlando International says that they will start back up their commercial operations. Of course, as soon as the airport gives the all clear for those flights to start taking off and landing again, we'll let y'all know as soon as we do.
One of the major airports that shut down in anticipation of Hurricane Milton. We also heard from Governor DeSantis earlier, and he confirmed that the Tampa airport also assessed any damage on site, said it was very minimal, and they are expecting to open as early as tomorrow. Bridge inspections are also underway all across our state. Bridges in our area were shut down in anticipation, as well as Tampa. Haven't gotten an update yet on our local bridges, but we know both Courtney Campbell and Sunshine Skyway, they have debris on the bridge, but no major damage. So as soon as those have been fully inspected, they will reopen. You know, power restoration crews are already working across our state to get the power up and going. 635,000 accounts already restored. That is a result of 50,000 linemen that were already pre-staged. And we are going to continue our coverage after this.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick, you know, we've got so many people who are visiting from out of town. They evacuated from the Gulf Coast into our region. They're wondering about the roads. We are working to get updates, and we'll have those throughout the morning as well.
Okay, quick update now from Charlotte County, where there was a storm surge.
We're here in Inglewood this morning on the Charlotte County side, just up the road, Sarasota County, much closer to the eye wall where it made landfall. Down Beach Road here is the bridge to Minnesota Key. That is blocked off right now while authorities are assessing the damage. So we know that there is at least a small fuel spill out there that they're checking on, and lots of down power lines, and of course the debris from Hurricane Helene. These buildings right here, you can see washed out from the storm surge. Just down the way, about 4 buildings down, about a football field's length away, is another building that's roof is damaged. I want to show you some of the material from that. First, look at the debris that we're seeing. A lot of concern here for what we saw washed up. As we turn, you can see another plank that came from that roof. And in addition, here in the parking lot of this McDonald's that so many people know before they head to the beach, a down palm tree. Lots of people trying to turn around and get onto the island, though that bridge is closed off. Now, I want to show you a pretty good representation of what the storm surge looked like. Look at this wall here with me, and you can see a very clear line of how high the storm surge got, at least at some point in the night. I'm 6 foot tall, and where I'm standing, you can see it was definitely over me. And this isn't even at water level. That's another 6 feet down this incline back here. So a lot of damage from storm surge that we saw overnight from Hurricane Milton. We'll continue monitoring these conditions here in Charlotte County. We're in Inglewood. I'm Joshua Cole. Back to you.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
All right, welcome back, everyone. 10 a.m. as we continue to survey the damage in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton in our state. And you are looking at this shot of a crane that collapsed. This happened into a building in St. Petersburg. Quite the mess there, but obviously gives you an idea there of the whipping winds that they had overnight and the cleanup that they have ahead of them on the Gulf Coast.
All right, we thank you for joining us for our continuing coverage at 10 o'clock. I'm Jason Guy here along with Nancy Alvarez and our team of meteorologists. Kellyanne Class and Marquise Meade have been keeping us updated throughout the night. And as we've now seen the daylight and begun to survey things, there's a lot of damage and so much water, Nancy, out over Central Florida.
Yeah, a lot of water and a lot of power outages. I know my house is in the dark and, the texts are going, right? Do you have power? Do you have power? Yeah. So we're hearing from a lot of folks, who don't. And of course, I think the word of the day is patience, right? And waiting, for these crews to get out there and do what they have to do.
Yeah, on top of that, they have to clear some of the roadways that are blocked. They have to navigate flooded roadways. So that's going to be an extra challenge for them as well. But patience cannot be stressed enough. Things are going to go back to normal. And right now, things are slowly getting there.
Absolutely. We're watching Milton continue to push into the open waters of the Atlantic, well offshore now, but we're still dealing with some breezy conditions, maybe a little bit of rain here and there as well.
Yeah, but thankfully no flooding rainfall. So when we talk about the potential of rain, it's not going to be the intense rain that we had overnight last night into this morning that would add more onto the flooding concerns. But there are going to be some pockets of heavier rainfall. Let's get a look right now at our satellite radar presentation. Milton is off of our coastline, producing gusty winds along the coast, especially around Brevard County. We have tropical storm force winds, even as high as Volusia County, recently reporting a wind gust of around 41 miles per hour. The farther west you are, the less gusty it gets. But we're still going to keep our breezy conditions around throughout the day today. A closer look shows a 41 mile per hour wind gust in Daytona Beach along Kennedy Space Center, around 46 miles per hour. But those are going to be on top of the tower. So those are sitting about 50 feet in the air. There's less friction, so a little bit more breezy conditions. But you still get the general idea. It's breezy outside. Wind gusts of around 31 to 29 miles per hour here in Orlando. And in Brevard County, around Melbourne, around a wind gust of 35 miles per hour. So from areas west of the metro, we're dry. It's areas from the metro and east, especially along I-95, that we still have a couple of showers in the mix. And these are quick passing showers through Palm Coast, southern Flagler County, another batch of rainfall working through Daytona Beach, Port Orange, DeLand, Astor down to Paisley, all the way through Deltona and DeBary over to Oak Hill, Scottsmore, Mims, Titusville, Geneva, Chuliota down to Bithlo. Even here in the metro, a couple of showers as well. Most of this is steady rain, just with some pockets of heavier rainfall. We had a lot of heavy rain across the I-4 corridor early this morning and overnight last night. Some locations receiving about 14 inches of precipitation with locally higher amounts, but it's a sharp cutoff between 3 inches in Ocala to 5 inches in western Marion County. And then we have 12 inches to 14 inches along the I-4 corridor. Areas south and east, even in eastern Orange County, only reporting about 4 or 5 inches of precipitation. So we had a lot of rain overnight last night. Conditions will gradually improve throughout the day. Today, we still have some flood advisories and warnings in place. So just keep that in mind as Milton pulls away. But yeah, overall, we had very strong winds, a lot of rainfall. To talk much more about that is meteorologist Marquise Meade.
And Kellyanne, that's what led to so many of the power outages that we've seen widespread throughout the state of Florida. It's the combination of the strong gusty winds and the continuous rain. And I feel like a lot of the rain that we did see was across our most populated areas. We're talking about Orlando, Daytona Beach, multiple beaches across Volusia County, actually registering over 10 plus inches of precip. But here's a look at the strongest wind gusts that we've recorded so far in regards to Milton. We'll start from the bottom and work our way up. Sanford International Airport, you were just below 80 mile per hour conditions. Thankfully, we did close those airports. In Orlando too, 86 mile per hour gusts. Daytona Beach, just above that 87 mile per hour gust. Now we tap into the 90s across Marineland, lower 90s there, 92 mile per hour speeds. That's the fastest that we saw. But Ponce Inlet definitely takes the cake with the fastest gust in regards to Milton, just below 100 miles per hour. We saw 99 mile per hour gusts. And that's actually the second strongest gust that we've had with any hurricane here in Central Florida. Charlie takes the cake with a gust of 105, but we were just below that, and we're still breezy along the coastline too. Likely still seeing tropical storm force gusts from Palm Coast all the way down to Cocoa Beach, where we carry a storm surge warning. That warning in place likely until Friday coming up, as we could possibly see the storm surge between 3 and 5 feet as we wrap up your work week. Here's a look at your tropical advisories. This is likely going to update at 11 o'clock, and we'll see what counties are taking off. But for the moment, still under a tropical storm warning in Lake County. Also Seminole, Orange, Osceola. As you head further east, it's a hurricane warning that you're under for the moment in Volusia and Brevard counties, as we're still pretty close to Milton. We see it offshore here, and we still see those stronger gusts along the shoreline. As Kellyanne did mention, still showing tropical storm force gusts across our easternmost communities. 37-mile-per-hour gusts in Palm Coast, 35. So still registering those gusts above the tropical storm threshold there. And that includes Melbourne and Palm Bay with 35 and 43-mile-per-hour gusts just a moment ago. Here's a look at what it looks like across the coastline, right? The seas still angry. We still have that storm surge warning in place across Flagler County. And we got the ocean spray as well on our tower cam. It's just miles of gray is all that we see for the moment. Gradually, though, over time, we will begin to clear out across Flagler County. A lot of our communities, though, are rain-free. In fact, we'll carry cloudy conditions into the afternoon here. But along the coastline, still off and on again, training rain bands. These are quick-moving rain showers, almost intermittent as they're moving so quickly. But by 1 o'clock, we start to see the rain push offshore if you are in Volusia County. And then as we make our way into the evening, just partly cloudy skies across our coastal communities. Looks like we're clearing out across the I-4 corridor inland, but still a little bit breezy here and there with gusts registering between 10 maybe 20 miles per hour. We've got a lot to look forward to after we get through today. We see sunshine return to the forecast on Friday, and then we see warmer temperatures across your weekend in the low and the mid 80s Saturday and Sunday.
All right, Marquise. Milton brought with it a whole lot of rain, and we've seen local neighborhoods flooding.
Yeah, we expected this. Now, some first responders in Orange County have been out this morning actually working on some rescues. Let's get straight to West 2. Spencer Tracy joins us live now in Orlando in a neighborhood near UCF. Spencer, that's incredible behind you. That water is chest deep in some parts.
I mean, if you can believe it, it looks like a river, even a lake, but this is actually a street where multiple people live, multiple homes, and right now it's unrecognizable. So just to see that trash can and that mailbox, we've actually seen people go through this floodwater, and I know that it's up to chest deep. And we've talked to neighbors that live in this area and say that most of their homes are flooded. And they say that this has unfortunately happened before. They said during Hurricane Ian, the water was even double this. We talked to one woman who lives here, and she says that they just can't catch a break.
Well, since we lost our home last time, we lived in a camper. So we just packed up the camper and moved it the day before, left whatever we didn't need behind and packed up.
She said luckily her family is safe. She has kids as well, and they did evacuate before. We know that Orange County Rescue was here this morning making sure that everyone was out safely, and luckily everyone is. And we did just talk to one resident, and he tells me that he just remodeled his home from Hurricane Ian, and now he said the water is 6 inches close to his home, completely about to destroy it. He's just said that right now, this area right here in Orlando just needs prayers, especially to have this much water in their area. I mean, it's just, you look at it, it just goes all the way, probably about a mile down. I mean, it's incredible. And it's just really paints a picture of what this damage has done from this hurricane. All right, I'll toss it back to you guys. I'm live here near Orlando, also UCF. I'm Spencer Tracy, West 2 News.
Yeah, and Spencer, one of the things that we're wondering about here, because the residents you mentioned had done a remodel from a previous storm. Is this an area people are indicating it does often flood, and not to this degree, but just when we get our thunderstorms, is it more flood prone?
Yeah, it really is. So they're actually near a lot of like major rivers. They call it around here, residents call it Lake Econ. If any of you guys are familiar, it's kind of near UCF. So they say that they do have a little bit of flooding, but they say when it comes to hurricanes getting so much rain over 24 hours, up to 48 hours, they say it's literally impossible because they have the overflow from the river coming to this area. So yeah, this area really just always gets pounded when it comes to really heavy rainfall, unfortunately.
We're thinking about those residents there. Our hearts go out for them because
Sure.
that's so much water to deal with. It's going to take a long time to subside.
Long road ahead, and hopefully they don't have to deal with any insurance hassles, because as we know, that's been a whole issue in our state as well. So hopefully those people can get to the other side of this. Okay.
All right. We know everybody wants to get out to check the storm damage now that the sun is up, but we have to use caution.
Yeah, the winds picked up actually in Brevard County this morning after a tornado ripped through there yesterday. Let's get out to West 2's Bob Hazen. He's live at the Merritt Island Causeway now with a look at what Milton left behind there in Brevard County, Bob.
Yeah, that's right. We are on the causeway right along it next to the rocks, and you can see what we got right here. A boat crashed up against the rocks. This is one of, I believe, about 6 or 7 that we've seen just in the last few minutes here that have crashed on either side of the causeway between Merritt Island and the town of Cocoa. And if you look back over this way, you can also see that we had some storm surge out here. There's obviously standing water right here in the gully, but then if you look further up, you see all of that gunk that's up there along the barrier between the road and over here on the side of the causeway. And then if you look even further up on the other side of the road where the barrier is there, the median barrier, you can see there was stuff up there. So obviously there was some storm surge here that washed all of this junk up off out of the water here up there onto the road. We weren't out here earlier when that was all going on. Obviously it's receded some, but this is what we're seeing right now. These boats that are crashed up here. I don't know if these were derelict boats before this or if these are things that people are going to come out here and try to claim later on. But yeah, this is just kind of a sign of what we've had with the storm surge here in Brevard County. Reporting live in Brevard County, Bob Hazen, West 2 News.
All right, Bob, thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of cleanup, not just in that area, all over Central Florida for people today. We're going to see trees down and the areas that didn't get flooding, there's still going to be cleanup ahead in neighborhoods.
Yeah, and the reminder is if you're restless and you're curious and you want to get out there on the streets and see what's going on, just be careful. There could be power lines, debris that, you don't see and it could just stumble upon it. So just be careful out there this morning. And our continuing coverage of Milton continues as well. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, we've been checking out damage, and that's one of the things that we're going to be doing right now. This hurricane is moving off of our coast, but we do know that there's a lot of water that it dumped down in addition to all this wind, and some people have had to be rescued. Their homes are underwater now.
Yeah, let's get to Pamela Combe in South Daytona now with more on that. And again, look, just looking at you guys are still feeling the impacts of this thing, Pamela.
We are. We had a little bit of a period of dryness, but now it just started raining again, which of course is a concern because this will only make the flooding worse. And right now we are in South Daytona. This is right on Magnolia Avenue and Big Tree Road. And They are still trying to rescue people. There are high water vehicles that just left to drop people off in a safer place. But we saw inflatables going down there. We saw them as they pulled people out of that water, because South Daytona PD did tell us that people got up to about a half of foot of water inside their homes. They say this is worse than Ian. This is something that I think a lot of people in this community were not expecting at all. So right now, as of an hour ago, they had 16 homes they still needed to get to. They said that they're prioritizing elders, anyone with any medical needs. So they're working to get those out, and they're going to be taking them over to the Volusia County Fairgrounds, which is right now a shelter. We were chatting with a family who said that she came to stay here with her sister, just trying to find a safer place to ride out the storm. She's originally from Port Orange, and it turned out to be a bad choice. But we've seen people come out of here with their dogs, with their kids, in wheelchairs. So there's all types of families, people in here in need of help that are still stuck in there. But police officers, sheriff deputies are working to get them out. So we'll continue to keep an eye on things out here for now. We do have this rain that's still coming in. So of course, that's not something that it works in our favor, but hopefully it doesn't make things too much worse. Reporting in South Daytona, I'm Pamela Coe.
All right, and that's the very reason that we put so much emphasis on the East Coast, right? While we were covering the ramp up to this thing, because we thought, oh, it's a West Coast event. Obviously, it's not.
Yeah. I mean, freshwater flooding is just happening really everywhere, right? We had so much rainfall, around 14 inches in some spots. So it's really just hard to imagine that number. And then when you see that, it's like, okay, that's a lot of rain. And not necessarily that it's a learning lesson for next time, because we hope it never happens again. But when we want people to evacuate, we're not telling you to evacuate just to evacuate. It's because of things like this.
Every storm is an opportunity to learn.
Absolutely.
Every single one.
Yeah.
And we talked about this primarily being thought of as a West Coast storm. Some of our fastest winds were recorded across the East Coast, out towards the Ponce Inlet. Those gusts were nearly at 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, it's just so crazy to believe that this storm way off the coast was still producing those gusty winds. Not as gusty right now. Sustained winds, especially in Orlando and in Brevard County, are right around 20 to 25 miles per hour. So it's still breezy, just not as gusty, and we're not dealing with hurricane force winds anymore. Things are nice and calm in Marion County. Good morning, Ocala. We're finally done with the rainfall here. We do have some overcast conditions, though. It's still breezy, but we're not going to be as gusty. I also want to take you outside to Marineland. Our weather stem camera in Flagler County shows the rough surf. We're still getting some showers pushing through parts of Flagler County and parts of Central Florida. But the big story for our coastline is going to be the coastal concerns, the beach erosion, the high surf. In fact, we have a high surf advisory up and down our coastline through Friday night for breaking waves, not seas, breaking waves of 10 to 15 feet. Best just to avoid the beach as much as you can over the next couple of days. Right now, first warning radar is tracking a couple of showers working through parts of Flagler County into Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach, DeLand. It is a ribbon of heavier rainfall, but it's quick moving showers, so it's not going to be as long lasting as what we had earlier on in the morning and overnight, but some quick passing showers. That's working into Brevard County, Seminole County, and Orange County, stretching into parts of Osceola County. A couple of more showers in central Brevard County as well. So we'll keep those coastal showers in the mix throughout the late morning, early afternoon hours as Milton pulls away. And then as we go towards the evening hours, most of that moisture will be over with. We'll keep a few isolated showers through about 4, 5, 6 o'clock, and then after that, things really start to dry out. It's still going to stay breezy today. We could still have some tropical storm force wind gusts along our East Coast at 11 o'clock this morning, but then after 11 o'clock, things should slowly start to subside. That's why we have an impact icon for you there. And by 11 o'clock, we'll get the new advisories from the National Hurricane Center, which will likely get those warnings, those tropical storm force warnings and hurricane warnings out of our area. But for more on our coastline, let's head over to meteorologist Marquise Mita.
Kellyanne, as you mentioned, it's still going to be breezy along the coast and still wet for sure. We'll take you out to Daytona Beach, in which we still have ongoing showers. You mentioned these are quick moving showers, so the rain doesn't stay overhead continuously, but it does continue to pile up the total amount of rain that we've seen so far. But this is more than just a rain event. We had multiple severe weather events rolling through Central Florida. In fact, we had 126 total tornado warnings. 42 of those came from the National Weather Service in Melbourne. And when we get this 126 number, that's from the National Weather Services across Melbourne, Tampa, and Miami. So we're confirming those or pending those confirmations on which tornadoes did touch down, but 126 radar indicated tornadic signatures between yesterday and overnight. Still across the coast, we do have storm surge warnings that we're dealing with. That's across Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard County, where the storm surge could be anywhere between 3 and 5 feet. As Kellyanne did allude to, we still have ongoing advisories from Lake County through Seminole, Orange, and Osceola. It's a tropical storm warning that you're under. This likely may get lifted at 11 o'clock. We'll have to wait for that advisory to come out. And it's a hurricane warning for Volusia and Brevard County, in which we're still showing those strong, gusty conditions. Here's a look at the most recent wind gusts: 35-mile-per-hour conditions in Melbourne, 36 in Palm Bay, 37 across Palm Coast. So still super breezy along that Atlantic coastline, and we can still mix in a few extra showers as we get ready for the afternoon coming up. Eventually, the rain pushes offshore. What we're left with are clouds across our shoreline. We could possibly see a couple residual showers here and there, but ultimately, those tropical storm force gusts are likely to subside as we continue throughout the afternoon. And what we're left with overnight are partly to mostly cloudy skies along the shoreline. Moving across your 7-day forecast, gradually over time, we welcome the sunshine. That'll be back tomorrow in the afternoon with temperatures squeezing into the lower 80s, a trend that we carry across the weekend. Actually, it's a warming trend. 83 degrees on Saturday, 84 as we wrap up your weekend on Sunday.
All right. Thank you, Marquise. Hurricane Milton is now well off our East Coast, and all that bad weather is soon going to follow and move out. We want to get you over to what you should do in the next few hours and days if you're ready to start assessing the damage in your area.
Christina Watkins joins us now. So Christina, let's talk about this. A lot of people are restless. They're curious. They want to get out there in their neighborhoods, but you have to be careful. This is the time when we see a lot of injuries.
It really is. And things can get bad very quickly. So first things first, stay inside for right now. I know you want to get out. You want to see if there's any damage in your community, but first responders want you to stay inside until they can assess the damage for themselves. Let's go ahead and show you some of those safety tips to keep in mind right now. You'll want to check out the damage to your home. When it's safe to do so, take pictures and videos. Kevin Guthrie with the state said earlier to make sure you get a picture of how high the water level was, if that's something you experienced in your home. You'll also want to limit water use right now. Try not to make any food with tap water until you know that water is safe. One of the biggest things we've also been telling you is to help your neighbors. Neighbors helping neighbors, but try not to venture off too far just yet. Just maybe check on those next to you, especially those who may be most vulnerable, and stay out of flood waters. You don't know what's floating in them, and do not drive in floated waters, because all of that can push into a business, into your neighbor's home, and that's just not what you want. When it comes to using generators, because we know there are so many people across our community right now who still are in the dark. That includes my own household. So if you're using a generator, don't use it inside. You can get carbon monoxide poisoning, and that is what we tend to see a lot of times after these catastrophic storms. Also, don't use a candle if you are out of electricity, because you've got that risk of fires, especially if you don't keep a close eye on it. And we are dealing with flooding right now. First responders may not be able to get to you. So really just stay home, cool out for a little bit, continue to play those games, watch us on your app, wherever you are getting your resources, and just cool off for the next few days. But this is always a great place to start. We're going to be following this recovery process until things clear, and we will be with you every step of the way, guys.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from West 2.
Okay, here at 1027, you're going to want to look up at your screen. We've got daylight video from Palm Beach Gardens, and this is some of the damage from a suspected tornado. Whoa, look at all of this debris. And you can see just in that line where some of the folks there believe a tornado may have touched down and where it went through. Cars are damaged. Homes certainly are. There's just so much debris. Now, the thing that always has to happen after this, officials need to come out and survey that damage to confirm if it was a tornado. But you've got what looks to be a power line. It snapped it like a twig.
Seeing a lot of scenes like this in Palm Beach Gardens, Wellington area. It's just west of West Palm Beach over there in South Florida. This is in Wellington. Yeah, this is that community I was talking about. Just a really large, beautiful community, again, on the western side of Palm Beach County. And look at that. Is that a car that just
on its
flipped over?
side.
Yeah, car on its side. And then, once again, I can't emphasize this enough. These are the kinds of images that we were expecting to see on the West Coast. And we're seeing this in Palm Beach County. So again, it just shows you the scope of the storm.
We're going to continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton right after this quick break.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from West 2.
Very often you hear chainsaws in October because you're at a Halloween event. Well, in Central Florida this morning, it's the cleanup for Milton. This hurricane is moving offshore, but this is what we're seeing in Maitland. And we have lingering impacts. Still a lot of rain for the east coast of Florida right now. Crews are going to be working hard all over, trying to remove trees that are down and branches from roadways, like the situation there in Orange County.
All right, and I feel like we have multiple stories going on,
Yeah.
right? Because I mean, in Orlando, people can maybe start to venture out, maybe clean up their yards a little bit. But we just saw Pamela Combe in Volusia County soaking wet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So there's still ribbons of rainfall working
Yeah.
in, but it's not as much rain as what we had earlier this morning. There is still some pesky showers, but it's not the flooding rain. Winds are not as gusty either, but Milton's still bringing in some gusty winds.
Yeah, we're starting to see the impacts taper away from our coastal communities. They're still going to hold on to the storm surge warning that's in place likely till Friday, but the rain showers aren't as impactful as they were over the course of the evening.
Yeah, that's right. So at least let's talk about what we can expect for the 11 o'clock advisory. That's coming up very soon, right? Waiting on that, though, I expect a lot of these warnings to get dropped. Let's talk about at least the tropical storm warning that we have for Lake Seminole, Orange, and Osceola counties, even in Flagler County. I at least expect those inland tropical storm warnings to get dropped at 11 o'clock. We still have hurricane warnings for Daytona Beach, Flagler, Volusia County down to Daytona Beach and parts of Brevard County as well. These may get changed to tropical storm warnings or maybe even dropped. Basically, what we're just saying is the threats, the impacts are starting to subside, which is great. The tropical storm force winds, the hurricane force winds, but we are still dealing with some rainfall, some showers working through Flagler County from Palm Coast all the way down to Bimini and Bunnell, working into Pearson, Astor, DeLand, some heavier rainfall moving from Daytona Beach down to Samsula, New Smyrna Beach, over towards Oak Hill, DeBerry, into Sanford, Bithlo, Chuliota, and Geneva. Some heavier rainfall for Titusville and Port St. John. Same thing for Merritt Island and Cocoa Beach. So we have some showers this morning. Again, though, thankfully, it's not going to be as heavy as what we had earlier. But we did have some reports of flooding and some storm surge. These are a look at the storm reports over the last 3 hours in Orange City. We had flash flood where local officials were reporting parts of the roadway were washed away on 1792. And in Flagler County, we had reports of storm surge where the saltwater canals were 23 inches over the top in Palm Coast. We'll start to get more storm reports, but these will not be anything that's current because things are going to dry out. Now through about 11 o'clock, we'll still be dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts for some locations, but then going into the afternoon, it stays breezy, but nothing to worry about. Crews can start to do the restoration and help us get the power back on, the lights back on, and get us back to normal. But Marquise, we had a lot of gusty conditions with this storm.
Absolutely, Kellyanne. It's funny, when we talk about different storms here in Central Florida, we sometimes categorize them as maybe this one was a rainstorm. This was a storm surge related storm. I think Milton had all impacts related to it. We had the rain, we had the strong gusty winds, and we certainly had severe weather entrained in there. But take a look at some of the recent wind gusts that we've seen with Milton. We'll start from the bottom and work our way all the way up to the top. But Sanford International, Orlando International, you guys had wind gusts of category 1-4 strength, 79-mile-per-hour conditions in Sanford. Orlando, 86. That jumps to 87 in Daytona Beach. And now we're above the 90s in Marineland and across the Ponce Inlet, just below 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 99 to be exact. And where does that fall in terms of other storms? Well, Milton, you crack the top 5 now. 99-mile-per-hour gust is just below Charlie 20 years ago, where we saw 105-mile-per-hour breezy conditions. Now, it was the combination of the wind and the rain that led to millions losing power across the state of Florida. In fact, 29% of us still have yet to turn on the lights after Milton's passing. And that's about 3.5 million customers widespread throughout the state that are still with the lights off. Now, some of the heaviest hit counties were the first to see those tornado warnings, like Polk. 200,000 customers are without power. Those numbers pretty similar across parts. Well, Orange County, 140,000 customers. Looks like Volusia County, your number actually jumped as we continued throughout the morning. It was at 180 about an hour ago. Now at 190,000 customers without power, and that's due to the winds and the rain. And we're still breezy across our coastal communities as well. We've got tropical storm force winds across Palm Coast, 37 miles per hour. You're above 30 in Daytona, Titusville, Melbourne, and Palm Bay. So we're still holding on to those stronger winds across the coastline. And take a look at the wave heights because of those winds. Those are anywhere between 18 to 25 feet offshore, closer to the shoreline. Eventually, waves do subside, but today, those seas can be anywhere between 16 and 25 feet. Friday, 11 to 18, and then gradually they work their way down by Monday. But we're still breezy out the door right now. Winds are gusting across our coastal communities where temperatures are back in the mid-70s for Daytona and New Smyrna Beach. Your planner does show temperatures remaining in that similar range throughout the rest of the day, but eventually the winds taper away. So does the rain. And we're left with sunshine as we wrap up your work week on Friday. And that's a trend that we carry into the weekend as well. Sunny skies, a 10% chance for rain for Saturday and Sunday, with temperatures back in the low to mid 80s across your weekend coming up.
Sounds good, Marquise. Thank you.
All right, now that the sun is up, people may be going outside to check out storm damage. Everybody's restless after being inside and hearing all the wind and curious. So I get out there.
But you've got to be careful. First responders say stay inside. They need to work through all the debris and flooding. West 2's Bob Hazen joins us from Brevard County right now. Bob, we know Cocoa got some serious damage.
Yeah, it did. And right now we are actually next to the Merritt Square Mall. Just kind of nothing in particular happening where we are right now at the Causeway, but just kind of want to give you a slice of life of what it's like out here now. After all this storm has pretty much gone through, a slight drizzle falling, a stiff breeze, but otherwise we're pretty much back to normal. And you can see out here, this traffic light, when we were pulling over, it was actually out. The lights were not working. Now they are working, but that's something you're going to run into for people who are out on the roads right now. There are a lot of signals throughout Brevard County and here in Cocoa and Merritt Island and Cocoa Beach that are not working. Of course, when you get to those, you're supposed to treat them like a four-way stop. Some people are not. There's a lot of honking and so forth, but that is an issue you're going to deal with, is a lot of these traffic lights being out. We've also seen a lot of people hitting the gas stations that are back open, 7-Elevens, Wawas, and so forth, trying to get gas, although many of the gas stations are still having have their pumps wrapped up with that plastic that they put on there to protect it from when the storm is coming through. So they're not back in the gas business at this point. But obviously a lot of people are back out, going out, both looking at damage and just getting out to see what it looks like outside. And last half hour, we showed you those boats that were crashed up against the rocks in the Causeway. I talked to a couple people who were out there who said that those boats belonged to their friends, and that what happened was this morning, one boat broke away. Then it went around and kind of cut the ropes anchoring the other boats, and then they crashed up against the rocks. So they're going to have a big mess to deal with once they get out there and try to figure out how to get those boats back in service. Reporting live, Bob Hazen, West 2 News.
All right, Bob, and now we want to get you out back to the Gulf Coast as Milton slammed into our state. Those strong winds caused damage in St. Pete, particularly in one place everybody is talking about.
Yeah, West 2's Megan Mackey joins us live near Tropicana Field. And Megan, parts of the roof got torn off in this massive storm.
Yeah, and this is really the image we're going to remember of Hurricane Milton. We just got over here to St. Pete. They just opened those bridges within the last hour, and I can tell you there's a ton of traffic getting over here. But you can see that the roof to Tropicana Field is just ripped to shreds here, and you can kind of see it from this angle. It's exposing those lights there inside the stadium. Now, fortunately, we know there were no injuries. This was being used as a staging area for thousands of linemen, but we know that they were relocated before that roof was damaged. Now, the dome itself was supposed to be able to withstand wind speeds of 115 miles per hour. Obviously, we can't get inside Tropicana Field right now, so the damage isn't clear inside. But again, we do know that fortunately, there were no injuries. We've seen a lot of people out here in St. Pete walking their dogs, kind of checking out the damage. Really, this is the biggest sight we've seen. We're probably going to remember from this storm. Again, fortunately, no injuries here. In St. Pete itself, this is the first time we've been in Pinellas County since this storm has made landfall, and we are seeing some down branches, some down trees, some down power lines, but nothing too significant, at least here. Those barrier islands are still inaccessible to us, but we're trying to get there, bring you the latest here right here on WESH. You can see here, though, hopefully they get that dome fixed, and thankfully no one was inside. Reporting live in St. Pete, Megan Mackey, WESH 2 News.
What a huge relief.
Yeah.
I mean, right, because we initially...
We could have had thousands of first responders
we saw those
there.
images, and we knew that they were being housed there, so it was very nerve-wracking there for a while.
And Megan, can you tell us again the wind that roof was supposed to withstand and what you've been told?
Yes, so the dome was supposed to withstand about 115 miles per hour. And around 10 o'clock last night, I believe the winds about 6 miles from here at the St. Pete Airport were at about 100 miles per hour. So, you know, still working to determine those numbers, but you can see here that it was just ripped to shreds. So definitely something that I'm sure officials here are going to look into. They spent a lot of money on the stadium. But again, good news is, guys, that no one was injured.
Yeah, Tampa Bay Rays are going to need another spot for a little while. I mean, this could take months, if not longer, to repair. Thanks, Megan.
They'll figure it out. This could have been a whole lot worse.
Oh, yeah.
Huge relief. All right, we'll be right back.
You're watching continuing coverage of Milton from WESH 2.
All right, welcome back as we continue our coverage and continue to bring you these images from across Central Florida. And yeah, there's Florida right there for you after a hurricane. Some kids, their dog, kayaking in their front yard in Port Orange. This is actually on Meadow Lane. You can see just the extent of that flooding there in that neighborhood in Volusia County.
Okay, and it looks like that's the driveway.
Mhm.
And maybe they put some barriers up to prevent water from getting into the garage there. It does, from this video, appear that it only came up right there. I mean, when you had some of that strong wind, it was probably lapping up to the house, but wow.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, if you're just joining us, really, there's just multiple stories going on right across Central Florida, because in some neighborhoods, it's probably okay to head out and, look around the yard and start picking up. But some are still dealing with some weather here.
I've seen a lot of people on the roads already.
Yeah.
In fact, even on social media, a lot of people trying to get down I-75 to Fort Myers and Tampa, but there's a lot of cleanup efforts there. So if you're in the area and trying to go there, I would just say avoid that. In terms of conditions here in Central Florida, things are looking okay. We have some showers, some breezy conditions, but the worst of the weather is over.
Indeed. So out west, we're drier. The sun is beginning to peer its face, but towards our easternmost communities.
Yeah, that's a dream. When did we see that last?
Yeah,
he said the sun, and I sighed. I was like, wow.
Yeah, putting together the 7-day forecast this morning, I was like, oh, this looks so nice. Tomorrow looks so much better. So there is light at the end of the tunnel, and eventually we will see that sunshine. Outside right now in Maitland here, we are looking at still overcast conditions and some showers. It is a little bit of a breezy kind of shower activity, but nothing quite as gusty as what we've been dealing with. Although we've had gusts around 30 miles per hour, but we're not talking 50, 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts. Even across our coastline, around 30 to 35 miles per hour, those wind gusts at times. Milton, far off of our coast now. Most of the heavy rainfall is done. We do have some feeder bands that still trying to work in, and that will bring us some isolated to scattered rain chances across our I-95 locations throughout the day today. But if you're along I-75, things are not too bad. Your forecast looking pretty good. Let's start off in Volusia County, where we have heavier rainfall. It's quick moving, so even though there's rain, it's not going to last all day long. From Oak Hill down to Scottsmore, light to moderate rainfall, some pockets still of heavy rain at times. And then from Geneva down to Chuliota, even in parts of Orange, Seminole County, some light to moderate passing showers. Same thing for Port St. John and Merritt Island. As we go further north into Volusia County, from Daytona Beach, New Smyrna Beach over towards Pearson, a couple of showers in Flagler County as well, from Palm Coast down to Flagler Beach. So these showers will stick with us throughout the late morning and into the early afternoon. It's not going to be heavy rainfall where it's going to accumulate to an additional 3, 4, 5 inches of rainfall, but it'll be quick passing showers. By 4 o'clock, we'll start to get clearing back along the I-75 corridor. That sunshine is coming out. And then going into the late evening hours, we'll finally get clear conditions as Milton continues to pull away, but we will keep an isolated shower or two in our forecast. Now, I do want to talk about our river levels because we're still monitoring that very closely. Right now, the Little Wekiva River near Altamont is still at major flood stage, but good news is, as we go throughout the day today and into tomorrow morning, that will gradually subside. So we've passed our peak or our crest, which is great news, but we're still in major flood stage there for now. Same thing with the St. Johns River at Astor. So we'll continue to update those numbers, get those to you. But now let's head over to meteorologist Marquise Mina.
Thank you, Kellyanne. We're trying our best to watch the showers taper away, but we still have some training rain in parts of Volusia County. Taking you out to the Ponce Inlet right now, you see a lot of gray on your screen. Rain showers are coming down, and they're coming down quickly, moving quickly with the winds that are still showing tropical storm force gusts from time to time. So we will still be breezy heading into the afternoon, but eventually, as Kellyanne did allude to, that rain will begin to push offshore. And also in Ponce Inlet, take a look at this. That's where we had our fastest winds in relation to Milton, just below 100 miles per hour, 99 to be exact. And that was this is the second fastest wind that we've seen with any hurricane here in Central Florida. Charlie back in 2004 takes the cake, but Marineland, you're just below that, 92 mile per hour conditions. Upper 80s for Daytona Beach and Orlando International, and you're just below 80 miles per hour in Sanford earlier today. Also, this was a major severe weather event in which we saw 126 total tornado warnings. 42 of those came from our National Weather Service office in Melbourne, but this total number comes from the National Weather Service offices of Miami, Tampa, and Melbourne combined, and we're still pending confirmed tornadoes as crews will begin to survey the damage once the conditions do begin to lift. Across our coastal communities, what's still present is a storm surge advisory. We still got those storm surge warning, excuse me. We still have strong gusty winds lapping across the coastline, which could potentially raise the storm surge to 3 to 5 feet. And this is likely going to be an event that we carry into Friday coming up. But take a look at these wave heights well offshore, still circulating around Milton. Those stronger, gustier winds are increasing your waves anywhere between 18 and 25 feet. Closer to the shoreline, that's 4 to 8 feet waves that we have from Jacksonville all the way down to Miami. But it's going to take some time for the waves to begin to come down across the shoreline. It won't be until Monday that we're back to seasonal conditions of 1 to 3 feet. But also, as we work our way towards Monday, temperatures are warming. The sunshine is coming out. We'll carry lower and mid 80-degree temperatures peaking on Saturday and Sunday. And then we're back in the upper 80s with sunshine Monday afternoon.
All right, let's take a look at more video that's coming in really from across our state and look at this in Martin County. Just some incredible images of these huge limbs coming down on cars in front of homes. Just again, you know, speaking to the scope of the damage here across our state. Look at that. That is going to take a really long time to clean up and recover from all of this. Again, this damage down in Martin County in South Florida.
Yeah, and this one, there are some fatalities authorities are saying that they believe happened in the Spanish Lakes community, and this all through some places like Wellington, just beautiful spots here. All right, yeah, awful. Now to this video, and you see a driver just here going by buildings in Fort Pierce that were gutted in this area, and this area got hit so hard. Marquise was giving us a breakdown of that. 126 of the tornado warnings that came in. Not all of these led to the possibility of tornadoes, but so many warnings popped up through this storm. As Hurricane Milton hadn't even really come into Florida.
And this is why we talk about every storm being a lesson, right? We can learn from every single one, and it's early still. And we're going to talk about, how all of this played out across our state. But I think that the takeaway already is that we were all watching this thing come to the West Coast. We were bracing for Tampa Bay, and we're talking about all this extensive damage. Palm Beach County, Martin County, Fort Pierce.
Yeah.
So it really makes you think about, what you do when you prepare for the next one, because you just never know.
And the size and scope of this storm, where it hasn't even made it to the west coast of the peninsula, like you said, Nancy, there, the Tampa area. And that system is so large in scope, it's already creating impacts for the east coast of Florida's peninsula. Just wild. We are only beginning to see the damage and devastation, and understanding the injuries and even deaths that are associated with Hurricane Milton.
And the word of the day across our state is patience. We know you're restless and you want to get out and see the damage in your neighborhoods, but just be careful. There could still be some power lines down out there, tree limbs. I mean, we just saw that damage down there. So, be careful and take it easy. And those power crews, we know, are working hard. They're working fast to get everyone back online.
Yeah. And at one point, we saw some multiple millions of customers in the state of Florida, 3 million at one point without electricity, but slowly that power is going to be coming back.
Just got it back at my house. So
congrats.
Thanks,
Yes. All right. We are coming right back with our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. Stay with us.